Rasnov. Heidi, thank you very much for a very exciting introduction movie. And Rasnov is, if you haven't noticed, a pretty big fortress. And it is not just any fortress, it's called the Fortress of Roses, the People's Fortress, and it goes by many, many names. And it is our playground for the coming days. We're going to be exploring it inside and out. We're going to go on a deep dive. We're going to try to get these empty walls filled with a bit of life. But first, a small history lesson. So this fortress, as many of you may already know, has been established maybe by the Teutonic Knights. Well, opinions differ a little bit, but if I have a chance to put a Teutonic Knight into anything, I will do so. So here it is. And the Teutonic Order is maybe only already very far into the story. The story of the fortress reaches back many, many hundreds of years indeed. But I'm not going to get lost in all the fights, all the sieges, but let me tell you that this is some prime real estate, and a lot of people have wanted to go into the fortress and use it for a long time. From Ottoman sultans to a guy called Mihai the Brave, to Tartars, you name it, this place has been at the center of an enormous amount of history. Almost too much history. And with a lot of history comes a lot of stories, and one of the main things and one of the main themes that makes this fortress so special is that it was known as the People's Fortress. And I think that is an element of this fortress that hopefully we will be exploring more over the coming days, as it is one of the pillars of why we are here. And it's a bottomless source of inspiration. It has myths, it has legends, it has romantic nights, it has strange looking birds, it has everything that you might want out of a fortress. Almost too much. As empty as it stands today, so full it is of potential stories to tell. About the environment, about the people that have lived there, and very much about the people that will dwell there and that will still live there. It's fantastic, super exciting, and I'm sure that some of you have already Googled your way through some of these legends and myths. They are very, very, very nice indeed. But everything has a dark side. This fortress too has fallen into disrepair. Somewhere in the 19th century things went downhill a little bit. The water well went out of use, stones crumbling, stories fading, people leaving, you name it. This happens. But the story of the fortress did not end there, very far from it. It's been, well, used for many, many different sources, but I like to think of this fortress as a little bit of a rose. There's a lot of beauty there, but there's also a lot of thorns on which you can still, let's say, prick yourself. But there's so much potential. However, now, we are here, and there is a new wind blowing, and we have the opportunity to really make something quite special out of this fortress. And to do that, you're here with Hands on History. And we take that quite literally, very literally, which means that today it is time to take our gloves off. I really thought very long and hard about that. We are here in Rasnov, and we are here to have fun. We are here to get together to create something very unique, something very special about this fortress. And I see it in a way as our very own siege. And not just any kind of siege, this is a siege with a smile. Because we don't have any swords, we don't have any spears, we don't have axes, we don't have things that hurt people, except for some in this audience that definitely do have all those things. But we're going to climb these walls, and we're going to climb it in a way that hasn't been done before. We're going to climb it with inspiration, ideas, and a new vision to go into the future. And we are not doing that alone with Hands on History and ourselves. There is amazing people doing fantastic work around here, not least of which are Myeritics, the local government of Rasnov, and of course thanks to the Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway grants, we are here in the first place. And this is not the first time many of us are here in Rasnov, especially Heidi and Rickard have been here before doing all kinds of, let's say, expeditionary work to see what is being done, and there is a lot being done. There's reconstructions going on as we speak right now to revitalize this fortress and to bring it back to its former glory, restoring some of the decisions that were made in the past and in order to give it a new boost of life. now we are here. Hands on history. For some of you, we are quite well known, and for some of you, we are quite new. Now let me tell you, we take the past extremely serious. We take it very, very serious. For us, the past is more than just things that happened a long time ago. For us, the past is something that is happening right now, and that is making the future of all of us. It's something very malleable. It is a tool. It is a way of life almost. And one of the most crucial things at Hands on History that we believe in is to create meaning. Meaning for people, meaning for each other, meaning for the past, and create connections to each other, to buildings, and to stories. And that is exactly why we are here. And you are here in Transylvania. You just got an email saying, hey, would you like to come to a fortress somewhere in the other side of the continent and talk about what's possible to do with that? And what a playground that is to give your ideas all the space to flourish and to go around. Look at that. Huh? I mean, I know, Norway has nice barns and stuff like that. But this is a pretty impressive barn if I ever saw one. And it's ours for the coming days. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that amazing? And we have some objectives with our siege. We can't just get running to the walls, throwing ourselves against that, hoping for the best. We can't. We have objectives, and they are a bit as follows. We need to make models for the future. This fortress has been standing empty for quite a long time. Many people have tried, many people have come, many people have gone. But there is so much potential in it, and our job these coming days will be to explore these potential plans for the future. Let's think long-term plans. Let's think short-term plans. All these things we want to get together, make some models, make some frameworks that are directly usable for this environment. We want to develop Rasnov as a hub, because this was the people's fortress, as I've told you before. It's not just any old bunch of brick and mortar. It is a fortress for the people, by the people, and that is what we want to make it again. A place where people can get together and live life very much in the present and in the future, as well as in the past. And of course, to exchange ideas from Norway with love, and everywhere else, not excluding Holland. See you there, Mark. Nice to see you. The fortress needs to become a cornerstone for this environment. Literally speaking, it has enough cornerstones as it is, but it could be something in this environment, this community, that goes beyond just a piece of history. Something that is alive, something where people can come in their daily lives and enjoy. And there's many success stories already happening right now. We are not the first. One of these is, of course, the film festival that has just ended. And I think that's a perfect example to highlight before we go into anything else. It is the combination of modern media, of film, of stories being made right now in a place that's hundreds, if not thousands of years old. And that is how people can get together in heritage by very many different layers. That is the kind of thing that we're thinking about here. Wonderful. Most importantly, it's a fortress to the people. We need to bring it to the people. It's standing there. It's almost hard not to look at it. It's huge. And still, it's just standing there. How can we get it to the people, and how can we make it their fortress? That is one of the main challenges, one of the main goals that we're going to set ourselves these coming days. And this is a siege, and with every siege you need armament, you need careful planning, you need a strategy, you need an idea. And we have that. We have the best weapons you could ever wish for in a siege. We have you. Oh, I know. But I'm not joking. This is amazing. You guys are experts in your respective fields. We've known each other for a long time. You possess a unique skill, and you are the secret to our absolutely inevitable successful siege. By bringing forward the way that you look at heritage and how you've worked with it and implementing it here, we're going to have a very wonderful time. I'm looking forward to hear what you have to say. So you're going to do the presentations, which you've all prepared. We've collected most of them, so we're very excited, and you've based that on some of the cases. Now let's run through those cases one more time, just in case you have focused on yours only. We have a small overview. We're going to be talking about sustainable management. Managing a fortress is a pretty rough task some of you might know very well, and there's many things to consider. Anything from economic incentives to sustainable incentives to local governments, you name it, and finding a balance between all these different elements is an art in and of itself. This is one of the things that we're going to be discussing in relationship to this fortress. And of course there's education and dissemination. Now that is important too. What are we telling? What are we sharing? And why do those lessons matter? What's the purpose of swinging around the sword? What's the purpose of cooking a meal? And why do we need to share these stories with the people that are visiting? How can we share these stories? Thinking a little bit outside the box here might be important. And of course, as I've already said, community and business. This is important too. We want to, as I've said before, bring it to the people. That's important, but we want it to be relevant for everyone that lives here. Not just visitors, not just people that come by for a day, but in a much more sustainable, durable, and a long-term fashion, including businesses, including charities, you name it. That's what we really love to achieve. And those 3 cases we're going to be exploring through your talks, and afterwards, tomorrow, we have some workshops, and when everything is done, we will make a document, and in this document we will hope to distill some of your ideas, and those ideas can directly be transported into the future with some almost, let's say, ready to execute plans, brainstorming sessions, and whatever else we can come up with the coming 3 days. Very, very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. So that brings us to today. I hope you slept well and you're rested, because buckle up. This is going to be one of those intense marathons of ideas. So create a blank space in your mind, go to that peaceful spot that you go to when you're completely open to new information. Let it all wash over you, and soon you'll be standing here on this stage sharing your ideas, and it will be over before you know it. Hopefully. We're on a tight schedule, ladies and gentlemen, which means that you have to stick to your 15 minutes or else. We've come up with a very ingenious and very complex system of keeping you to your time. When the 3-minute marks comes around, Rickard will show you the 3-minute mark with a smiley face. When the 1-minute mark comes up, however, there is not a smiley face. You have to hurry up. You need to finish up. Are we all on board with the smiley face system?
31 minutes left.
31 minutes. You got it. So that is what we're going to do. We have a lot of talks to get through. In the meantime, we'll be taking notes. We're going to make sure that all your ideas are collected in a wonderful space. We're also recording it, so keep that in mind. These recordings will not be spread out, but you will be able to watch them back yourself. But make sure that these do not go on YouTube or public spaces. They are purely for like internal usage. But just so you know. So that lets me to say only a couple of last things, and the first of that is thank you. Absolutely big, humongous thank you for coming all the way over here. We know that you have busy schedules. We know that the Norwegian autumn has arrived and you all want to enjoy those last rays of sunshine before the winter sets in. But you've chosen to come here in Rasnov where the weather actually is perfect, so I'm hoping you enjoy that. But you're professionals and you've come from all over the world actually to help us out here with making something unique. And we really, really appreciate that. So on behalf of Meritics, Rasnov, the Iceland-Liechtenstein Grant Association, and of course Hands on History, thank you very, very, very much. This is going to be great. So without further ado, how about we make some history together? What do you say? Very good. Now then, to open this special event, I would like to bring forward 2 very special guests who are here today. We have 2 representatives of the Norwegian embassy, and they want to formally set us off on a track to make history. So please come forward, give them a round of applause.
Good morning. Hello, friends. I'm very excited and honored to be here. very inspired with the opening. So it's in Norwegian we have a saying, jumping after Wirkola. He was a great ski jumper. It's not easy to take over after him. But in order not to forget what I wanted to say, I need to use my notes, so excuse me for that. When I was invited, when I knew about this event and when I was supposed to come here, I started to think, what is my relation to cultural heritage? Where am I in this story? I'm just an ordinary Norwegian, Swedish person, interested, of course, in my surroundings, extremely interested in culture. But where am I? And then I landed that actually my first thought was that I have a national costume, a bunad, which is my Norwegian dress that tells something where I come from. And that national dress is built from findings from old Viking graves, and there is a shirt from a wedding shirt from some house in the area where I came from, and so on. But since that is a very heavy piece of clothing, that was a bit difficult for me to take it here and to wear it. So instead I choose to wear a Ukrainian vyshyvanka, which is also a piece of history from that part and also from here. So, on that note, sharing experience with peers is extremely valuable, as it often helps us to find better ways of doing things by looking at what we are doing from different perspectives and by building a community of learning based on trust. Maybe this must be the source of inspiration, and it should be the source of inspiration also after this event. I have, through my work as well as in my private life, experienced how important it is to promote and encourage dialogue between cultures, to respect identities and diversity, to create platforms aimed to lay the ground where you can have a sense of belonging to a community with the same values. Culture is an excellent door opener. It's a way to discover the future through the past. It's a way to learn to know yourself, but also to learn to know others. And I have, with interest, followed the development, for example, with the digitalization of cultural heritage and the endless possibilities that lays there, as a way to protect and to preserve, but also to be a learning platform. One example among many is the Norwegian app Hidden, which I guess many of you knows, where you find an interactive map with cultural heritage sites in Norway, where you on the spot can learn more about the history of that place or events that have been taking place there. Another very good example, thanks to some of you here in this room, is the excellent miniseries of Vikings, The Rise and Fall. I would say based on a true story, right? I'm sure many of us learned a lot, and as a result we adjusted our Hollywood version of Vikings. It's good to be a Viking, right? How to preserve and protect, and at the same time make cultural heritage sites like this here in Rasnov sustainable, that is a challenge worth taking. I look very much forward to learning more about how we can possibly do that. And then some formal facts, why am I here from the embassy representing the one giving money through the grants. Norway is not a member of the European Union, but we share a common set of values and the conviction that we need joint solutions to shared challenges. The agreement on the European Economy Area, the EEA agreement, EØS-avtalen, as we say in Norwegian, is the cornerstone of Norway's cooperation with the European Union and its member states. The EEA and Norway grants represent Norway's contribution to social and economic cohesion in Europe. The grants are also an important instrument to strengthen and deepen bilateral cooperation, as the one we see here between Romania and Norway. In the current financial mechanism that was supposed to be from 2014-2021, it goes until next year. Romania is the second largest recipient of the grants, with a total allocation of 502.5 million euros. And of this million euros, the budget is almost 29 million euros that are allocated to the culture sector in order to strengthen social cohesion, create growth and economic progress, as well as to enhance international cooperation in the culture field, like we are doing here now. Today's event is organized within the Heritage Hub Rasnov, a project founded by the grants, which is contributing to reaching these goals. This initiative aims at developing strategic and sustainable management model for the Rasnov fortress, an important piece of the Romanian cultural heritage. It also aims to facilitate the sharing of good practices between Romania and Norway. And I see Romania and Norwegian participation in this initiative as a reflection of the strong bridges of cooperation that are being developed between our two countries in the cultural field. We are now at the end of the current funding period for the EEA and Norway grants, and the negotiations for a new financial mechanism have started in Brussels. The grants are to be targeted toward areas of common interest and are expected to build on experience from early funding periods. The final content of the new financial mechanism is not yet known. But as we see from Norwegian perspective, the green transmission, the rule of law, and a strong civil society will be of strategic importance for the next period of the grants. So let's hope for the good continuation of that. And I'm very excited, and I'm looking forward to take part in and hear interesting conversation and fruitful discussions, and also to follow afterwards where this will go ahead. And as I discussed with some of you yesterday, what is also of big interest for us is to hear what's in it for us. I mean, how do we learn? What do you go back with? How does this change your work when you go back home again? Do you develop? Do you get new inspiration, new ideas? We love to hear about that. So have a nice day, and I look forward to share them with you. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. That means that now we're officially setting sail. We're off to the races. We're gonna go ahead and start with the first series of presentations. Daniel, you know what time it is? We'll set you up. One more minute before we get started. We'll switch laptops if you need to use the facilities. Now's the time. Get yourself a cup of coffee, settle in nicely, warm your butts. It's going to be a long ride. I'm excited. Let's get started. Daniel, let's enjoy.
So just while we're setting up the computer, a few practical things. We have the toilet here. We have the coffee out there. There is emergency exit there, and there. Okay? Yes. We are doing like one session now until lunch. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock, and we have a small break in the middle of that. Then we do the lunch. We go back to where we were yesterday evening at Schub's. Then we come back here and we do the last stretch with a small break in the middle. And then we would like you to just quickly go back to your hostels and find your hiking boots. Meet at the Schub's again. We have a small snack, and then we go up to the fortress. So we have planned this really nice excursion for you today to see the fortress. We have like all the behind-the-scenes stuff prepared for you. But good shoes can be a good idea. And then after that, it's dinner and relax. So yeah. Okay, I think that's it. The boarding passes. Yes. Thank you, Mihai. Please, some of you have given me the boarding passes already, but the rest of you, I really, really need the boarding passes. Okay. Bye.
Okay, so without further ado, we're gonna get started straight away because we are already a little bit on behind of schedule, so I don't want to get the sad smiley myself. That would be somewhat ironic. But first and foremost, to start us off, it's Daniel Johansen. You are Associate Professor at the Department of Architecture and Technology at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, NTNU, Norway. And you are here to talk to us today about Rasnov, the People's Fortress. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank
Take it
you.
away.
Thank you. So you gave a very good introduction for what I'm supposed to talk about. Any large-scale heritage site is, of course, a resource for its community. I mean, this is a case all over the world. However, the problem arises when you are supposed to enhance, you can say, local ownership, because that always depends on the possibility for local use. It's the energy that a community represents. If that is to be mobilized to protect, improve, and bring life to a heritage site, the people living by it must see the site as theirs. The monument must stand in the center of, you can say, the annual popular pulse throughout the year as the obvious site for local festivals and fairs, activities for schools, kindergartens, and as a site of leisure and learning, both for local kids and the community as such. It should also be the center of the volunteer work, if that exists, of the community, related to local history, heritage, music, arts, crafts, folklore and culture, etc. Now, the Rasnov fortress has a particular potential because its history differentiates from most other European castles. In contrast to the feudal and aristocratic distance that most sites like this contain in their history, this particular castle tells the story of immense local effort to build a vast monument aimed to ensure local security. I mean, the talk of the Teutonic Knights is a theory. What we know is that it was used, maintained, rebuilt, strengthened and shaped for 800 years as what the Germans call the Fliehburg or Fluchtburg, a place for refuge. So that's kind of a very different story to almost any other castle we face throughout the whole continent. This was not built to ensure the power and safety of a lord against both his enemies and his own suppressed subjects in the settlement below. It is built by the people for the sake of their own welfare, hence the German name Volksburg, which is another term for this particular family of castles. In this family of castles, Rasnov is today the most monumental one still standing, and this is true if one looks both to Germany, Austria and Romania when it comes to these types of castles. Most of them throughout the rest of Europe are ruins, fragments on top of a hill, or they have early in their history been converted into a feudal castle by a king or a nobleman of some kind and have continued in a different manner, you could say. Being placed at the key point to control the Bran Pass, and this is also important how to understand the area here, and thus being the gate to what in German is called the Burzenland, which is one of the richest parts of Transylvania. It's almost a miracle that no noble or royal power ever took direct control of the fortress and thus gave it a different history. I don't know why, but this is the case. Not only was the fortress a place of refuge for the people of the town of Rasnov and the villages around it, in turbulent times, during both the Middle Ages and in early modern history, the fortress became the actual town of Rasnov itself and functioned as such for decades at the time. In a sense, we have here two towns side by side, one on the slope reserved for times of peace, and another on the hill, created by the population for times of war. And that's what we're going to look at later today. The fortress has not only provided security for its locals, but has functioned as a sanctuary for refugees from a wide range of areas around. All nations in this area, in this multinational area, has at some point in history been saved from war and persecution behind the walls of Rasnov Forest. Both Wallachians, Saxons and Hungarians have been rescued by this remarkable refuge on the hill. From the Middle Ages to the mid-19th century, all the way up to the 1850s, the fortress provided security for its peoples. As strange as it may sound, we are actually faced by something as exotic and rare as a castle with an inclusive history. It's very rare. They're never inclusive. And they really don't grow on trees. That's the whole point about this. So this is a gem when it comes to history telling. With this very different history of a European castle as a background, this site should have an even better potential than others to become a vibrating center for local activities. Nothing can create a better potential for the development of a tourist destination than a castle that thrives from the gift of local effort, protection and care. Apart from the local community, there are two defined interests related to the castle or to the fortress that both can be a strength or a weakness in future development. The municipality ensured local ownership over the monument in 2008 and started an ambitious process with restoring and repairing the fortress. One of the main aims of the municipality is to use the fortress as a cornerstone in developing the local tourist industry. Before it was closed for repairs, the Rasnov forest was one of the most visited heritage monuments in Romania, with over 400,000 visitors a year. A further development in the commercial direction will probably create more local jobs and boost many businesses in the town. However, it's important that this development is run with high ambitions of quality, and furthermore, that private interests don't block the passageway into the fortress for the rest of the community. A commercial development on the hill will profit immensely if it's combined with just as many real-life and non-profit activities from the locals. In a sense, this is what differentiates a cultural mausoleum from a living heritage site. It ensures that the monument is not just a theater stage for paying spectators, but that it lives by its own machine. The second interest comes from the museum in Brasov. Being the closest professional institution in the field of cultural history, the museum can infuse the development of Rasnov Fortress with knowledge, collections, and dissemination techniques that the town of Rasnov doesn't have themselves. However, in the same way as with the commercial ambitions of the municipality, the museum also has to balance their approach. A museum is at its best when it stands in the center of a local community and works to enhance local identity with and for the people living there. At its worst, a museum can limit opportunities and local initiatives because they are administrating the monument from somewhere else. The even worse scenario is when an institution in another town runs a local monument as a site reserved only for paying visitors and sees local initiatives as a potential competition with their income from the tourists. The museum can be a key player in cultivating Rasnov Fortress up to a potential no one can imagine today. But this has to be done by inviting the local community into the process and by giving them the space and access they need to do their part in the cultivation. A golden rule should be that the key to Rasnov Fortress always should be kept in Rasnov. If the museum is to take a stronger responsibility, they have to employ local representatives in town with the delegated authority to make decisions on the day-to-day usage of the site themselves, and that gives the cultivation of the site and the cooperation with the community and the municipality their full attention. If the fortress is to be lifted up into its full potential, a development plan focusing on commercial and museum development must also include a program for creating a larger volunteer sector connected to the town of Rasnov, with the fortress as the frame around their activity. This can include anything from a friend of the Rasnov Fortress group aiding with the day-to-day management of the site, or other local societies focusing on all possible aspects of local folklore, craftsmanship, food, music, dancing, reenactment, etc. If the Hands-on History organization and we as a group should choose where to focus our energy based on our experience, I would say that it is within this particular case, the volunteer effort, how to build that as a resource for this town and for this heritage site. Any castle needs an army to put it to life, of course, But the soldiers it needs today is its caretakers, ambassadors, activists and volunteers. The best protection it can get in our age is not armed men, but the love, pride and enthusiasm from its local community. So with this, I look forward to visiting Rasnov Forest later today and to get to know the people to whom it belongs. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Daniel. That was very, very inspiring. I think I really like the focus on the volunteering. And just for you to know, maybe you have some questions, and aside from the fact that you can ask questions as long as we are here and you'll see each other outdoors and when we're visiting places, we will do a question run for all the talks that have been together right before the break. So then we'll collect some questions. I have to keep it limited amongst the time, as you know, but then you have an opportunity to ask. Daniel, thank you very much. A very nice way to open, really sets a nice framework. And that leads me to the next speaker, Georgia. If you would like to come forward, we'll set you up on the laptop. So there you go. So, Georgia is the head of the Department for International Cooperation and Projects of the Šibenik Fortress of Culture in Croatia. That means that you've been managing a couple of fortresses before, I can say. I won't spoil too much, I've seen some of that. It's fantastic. Take it away.
Thank you. Well, first of all, it's really great to be here. And, well, the item, I was really impressed with this. Let's have a TED Talk and bring an item. So, my item is a rock, and I was kind of thinking, how do I weave this into a presentation? I mean, I can't weave, let alone with a rock, so I just brought it with me. So, my colleague, Joseph, who's a historian, would say, hey, this is not a rock, it is a cannonball, it is the real thing that was discovered on St. Michael's Fortress during the revitalization project that we had. But in its essence, for me, I'm not a historian, I'm a project manager, it still is a rock. So why did I bring a rock with me? Well, because rocks are quite important to us. We love them. In other Croatian regions, people sing about, in traditional songs, about love and heartbreak. In our region, the most famous traditional song is called May This Rock Be Your Pillow. It's true. Yeah, it's true. Anyway, so we weave, we sing with the rocks, we use them for warfare, obviously, throughout our history, and they are really of paramount importance for our history. Even in the first historical documents that mention our city, Šibenik, there's a sentence, like one of the oldest sentences written about our city, says, Šibenik is a city that has evolved around St. Michael's Fortress, which was built on a steep rock on a high hill above the sea. So again, we have the rock. So it's this is the fortress that you are seeing now on the photo, and it is the oldest of the Šibenik fortifications, and that's all said in that one sentence, which also mentioned the rock. And then a few centuries later, again, if we are discussing the historical documents, another sentence says, these two fortifications that we are seeing now, Barone Fortress and St. John's Fortress, were built in less than 2 months by the entire community. People, like children, women, everybody was carrying rocks, that's written, to build these fortifications because the city was endangered by the Ottoman attack in the 17th century and the Kandyan Wars. So, again, that is how these rocks are important in our history. And another thing that's really important to say about rocks is it also kind of portrays our mentality. We are really hard-headed people, and just like in a big rock, when you need to push someone, you really need to push hard to get them going. This is why actually our fortresses also had the decaying period, and it was quite a long period of time where they were left without any public function. In the 20th century, the only people who used them were dog walkers, drunks, and lovebirds. So nothing was happening there, right? And it seemed like the entire community was like thinking, oh, we should do something, but nobody wanted to rock the boat, right? And it's kind of years went by, and I think it also has to do with our history, because same as Romania, we were a part of the socialist, and we are a post-communist society. In these societies, you have like this social effect, which is us and them, and a bit of a distance between groups in society, and even a bit of fear. You know, we do not want to do things because it may turn badly back at us. It takes time to go over this, and luckily for us, we did. And just like those rocks, when we started to roll, we just kept on going. So what happened in our city in the past 10 years, because the first fortress that I've shown, St. Michael's, was revitalized in 2014. That's when it was finished. So that was actually 9 years ago. Then Barone Fortress, you've seen it on the previous slide, in 2016, and this is St. John's, which is the largest one, and this one was finished last year. So in a 10-year period, we actually revitalized 3 of our heritage sites, not even only them, 2 other sites that are also revitalized and managed by our institution, but they're not fortifications, so I will not be talking about them a bit much more. However, a small community of 35,000 people has been able to put back in function, revitalize 5 cultural sites. In 10 years, we have invested close to 17 million euro in this infrastructure. So, what do we do with all these rocks of ours, and who does it, and how do we do it? We have an institution, that is my institution, it's called the Fortress of Culture Šibenik. Today, we are already a large institution. We have 60 permanent employees. We need them for 5 sites, of course, which are all open throughout the year, because, as David said, we need to be open for our community and not only for tourism, which we have a lot. Of course, we are now at the coast, at the coastline. But however, what is it that we do on these fortresses? St. Michael's Fortress is become known as the most beautiful stage on the Adriatic. So we have huge concerts there, and lots of world famous performers actually came and performed on our fortress, like Gregory Porter, LP, Roger Murphy, Brian Ferry. I don't know. I think you should know some of those names, but it's over 60 events per year that are held there in the warm period of the year. Barone Fortress also is a bit smaller infrastructure, and we still organize there a lot of events like cinema, movie screenings that we had a project together with Mihai. Smaller events for maybe 150 people to 200 people that can be in the audience, whilst on St. Michael's our capacity is 1,300. And St. John's Fortress, the third one, is different. It's the biggest, and it has an educational campus. It's a facility, a building that has accommodation capacities, and also it has classrooms, and we have different seminars, workshops, such as this one, or for school groups that go on there. How do we do this? We do this through 10 different departments. So this is how the institution is aligned. So we have research and the interpretation department. We have international cooperation department and projects. That's what we do. We have a lot of European projects. Then we have marketing department. We need to do the marketing ourselves in order to attract new audiences. Then we have the programming department. That's a group of people that do all the programs that happen on our sites. And then we have the technical department to support them. Then we have the operational department. That's the one that organizes everything on the sites, etc., etc. So we have really aligned our infrastructure. So what are the results of all that? On annual basis, our 3 fortifications now have over 200,000 visitors. For the daily visitors, we have we developed a lot of contents. This is here the 3D mapping. We have AR, VR, sometimes even holograms. So then we have a lot of educational programs, entertaining programs, and music in the evening. What was I saying? What else do we do? What not? So this is basically I said about the events, and I'm just a bit lost in all these little rocks, you see, because now we have a mosaic of different rocks. But what I think is important to say that the fortresses actually live 360 days, 65 days per year. We have been able to attract and connect with our community through our program, which is called the Three Fortresses Friends Club. And that is kind of a program in which we gave our local community the right to be a member of the club, of the Fortresses Friend Club, which means that they actually pay a fee, which is in the same amount as the daily ticket for a fortress. Okay, for that amount, they get the annual visiting right to all the sites. They get discounts for events in the evening, and we have been able also to work with them in different ways. For example, using these funds that were gathered from our Fortresses Friends Club to renovate some cultural heritage details within the city. And before we do that, we actually communicate with the Friends Club members and ask them, okay, so what would you want us to do with this amount? So this is kind of actually going always towards the community and connecting them, because we could have chosen to only be a tourism attraction and open for tourists, but that is not what heritage is about. Also, for school children, a lot of different workshops, programs, and everything for the children in our region is free. We do not charge anything because we want the kids to come and to learn about the heritage and everything that needs to be offered there. So how do we finance ourselves as a public cultural institution? We have different sources of income, and that's daily ticket sales, evening event sales, but we also have a lot of sponsors for our concerts and our programs who actually want to be visible when you have a concert of a big name, right? Then we do also venue rent and funding, looking for funds on any other site, on all possible sites. Yeah, Richard, I see that number one coming. I'll hurry up. Oh, green. Ooh, cool. Okay, so looking for funds all over the place to reinvest it into programming. Roughly, we are now approximately to €3 million of a budget per year, and it goes by thirds, reinvesting into infrastructure, maintenance, IT, new equipment, etc., etc. 1/3 into programming, so the concerts, the workshops, whatever we see fit, and a lot of it is fit because we are quite open and we are people who hate saying no, so we want to have everything that can fit into our fortresses. And the other third, of course, it is then the machine that feeds all that, and that is the employees, right? And that is basically our model in really, really short, as the shortest as I can explain it. And when you think about it, in just a really small period, we did make a significant difference, a transformation within our community in a cultural sense, but also in rising up cultural tourism, because before this, our city was just a transit for tourists, and now they stay because they have reasons to stay, right? So this is also helping local businesses to get up and work better. So I think in the end that we have been able to use our heritage and to reuse it in a way to support our community to make a new sustainability cycle, which we had lost previously. And it kind of, again, is like a sphere. And then again, when I held the sphere, I was thinking, yeah, this is it. It's like a model. We made a cycle. And again, of course, my My colleague Joseph would say it's not a sphere, it's a cannonball, you have to bring it back, etc., etc. And so I will. But the point is, it can be a rock, it can be a sphere, and it can be a cannonball. But the thing is, perspective will tell us. Our perspective is actually going to lead us. So our perspective is to be open. And Mihai has already visited Šibenik twice. I think you know the model quite well, and I think that with Rasnov you are on the right way, and this seminar is actually proof of it. So I'm really looking forward to the following 3 days, and if there are any questions later, I would love to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Very inspiring. I love the idea of a sphere and a sustainability cycle where the fortresses are a literal bedrock, quite figuratively and literal. It's a fantastic way to go. Which leads us to another couple of people who love stone. And they are Åse and Espen. If you would please come forward, two people who work in the Nidaros Cathedral in Trondheim, one of the more unique heritage destinations in Norway, using both craft and all sorts of other initiatives to promote history and culture. Please, take it away.
So we represent an organization called the Restoration Workshop of Nidaros Cathedral. So we're responsible for not only the restoration, but the maintenance and also the dissemination of Nidaros Cathedral, but also the Archbishop's Palace in Trondheim in Norway. So these are buildings that date back to the 12th century and onwards. So it's a large complex of buildings. And it's a diverse organization. So Espen is a stonemason, stone carver in the restoration department, and I work in the visitors department. So today we wanted to share some thoughts about the administration of a big tourist attraction, which is also a cultural heritage site that is undergoing major restoration works.
Yeah. Okay. We were focusing a bit on sustainability, so I'm going to talk about how do we sustainably restore a cathedral for 154 years. It was rebuilt partly from a ruin in 1869, and it's been a continuous work since then. We finished the rebuilding, reconstruction in year 2000. So for 23 years, we have now, we're not actively restoring or rebuilding, we are still restoring and doing other maintenance jobs, which can still be quite large. Our latest project was a 12-year project, restoring a portal, a medieval portal, which has been restored several times. It takes 12 years to dismantle the whole portal due to lots of different problems, mainly because of earlier restoration work. 1,500 stones were dismantled. We carved 600 new stones and fixed it all back in place, and hopefully it's going to last a bit longer than since the last restoration, which was in the 1950s. So even though we are finished with the rebuilding, there's still so much work to do, and we're never going to finish. We're not enough people. We're about 20 cross people who's working with the restoration. Our strengths, I think, lies in a continuous workforce, to have people who are bringing the knowledge of restoration onto the next generation. We have stonemasons and stone carvers, blacksmiths, stained glass window makers, joiners, fixer masons, who are forgotten. Lots of different workshops. And I think working together and having all crafts needed to the upkeep of the building is really good. It makes a really nice community in a way. Taking on apprentices and bringing knowledge on is one of our strengths, and the marriage of theoretical and academic thinking together with the practical use and upkeep of the craft itself and the traditional crafts. A couple of years ago, the workshop was included in UNESCO's list of best practice and safeguarding intangible heritage, together with other 17 other European workshops who work much the same way as we do. And unfortunately, this is not something that comes for free. It costs a lot of money to work the way that we do. And luckily, we are a government organization, which means that we get money every year to keep working the way we do, but we get a little bit less than half of what we need. And the other half we have to earn through tourism and working for other heritage buildings. So we do restoration work for other places. We charge tickets to go into the cathedral and the Archbishop's Palace, which directly goes to fund how we operate. And also this means being a government company that is one of our main tasks that's been given to us is to safeguard the crafts and to have disseminations or to spread the knowledge of the buildings to people. This allows us to work sustainably on another level than many others can, so we're quite lucky because we can work to the best quality. We don't have to work as quickly or as cheaply as possible. We can think foremost on the heritage site. So, in all other things we also do in the workshop is to have tours for schools and other groups. We demonstrate our crafts and the workshop on city festivals. We have tours on the scaffold, we have craft courses, we host lime forums and stone carving festivals and seminars and lots of different things. Documenting the work we do is one of the important things. We have to share our knowledge, we have to open ourselves up to criticism from other places. We have to be, we don't have to, we always try not to be too inwards looking, try to cooperate with other people who do similar things. So we have, we always try to plan ahead. And try to find a balance between protecting our sites and using them, because without the people actually enjoying the areas, they're not much worth. So protecting them for the people, and that adds value to the site. That's really, really short on what we're doing. So I think I don't know how much time we have, so I'm not gonna. I'm gonna leave the word to you now.
So as you understand from what Espen was saying, that restoration is very much part of what we're doing today and will be in the foreseeable future. So in a way this is a permanent situation. This can create some challenges when it's also an attraction with a lot of visitors. For example, this summer, his department is working on the wall of the southern transept. Part of that job is to dismantle much of the stone. It's a very noisy job. And then on the other side of that wall is the guides who are going to do guided tours. So there's a little bit of a conflict of interest there. So that's part of what we work on. How can we operate these two departments together and side by side? So one problem can be noise. Another problem can be that parts of the buildings become inaccessible. A few years ago, there was a big restoration project in the Octagon. And the Octagon is the central part of the cathedral. So in the Middle Ages, this was the center of the cult of St. Olav. Then and now, this is the goal for all the pilgrims who come to the cathedral. And it's also a very interesting and very beautiful part of the building. So having it closed off for several months is very inconvenient. And the same thing when the rose window, the most photographed part of the cathedral, was closed by scaffolding. It's not an ideal situation. So what we try to do is to look at how we can turn these obstacles or disadvantages into something positive and use it in our dissemination. So what we've done in recent years is to invite our guests up on the scaffolding and behind the tarpaulins to experience what Espen and his colleagues are doing. And to see the traditional crafts being performed up close. It allows us to sort of give our visitors a completely new perspective, not just physically the viewpoint from where they're standing, but also in terms of the stories that we tell. And restoration projects, they may seem like a bit sort of narrow, nerdy topic, but we find that they actually appeal to quite a wide range of people. Some of them are particularly interested in restoration and traditional crafts, but also many are interested to sort of get behind the scenes. So humans are naturally curious beings, and whenever something is hidden, we want to investigate, go behind and find out what the secrets are. And going behind the tarpaulins and up the scaffolding is an opportunity to do this. So inherently it attracts people in that way. This summer, for example, on this 12-story scaffolding that they're working on the Southern Transept, we invited people on different tours. So some would join the project manager and hear about the restoration that was actually going on, and hear about the crafts. And then others would join our archaeologists and go investigate the walls and look for stonemasons' marks, and actually be active themselves in doing so. And then others would just want to enjoy the view from the top, so they would join what we call the top tour. And that is something that we try to do, is to also make these tours a bit spectacular, high up or through narrow staircases, to also attract people in that way. Because once we get people to join these tours, it also gives us an opportunity to tell a story, part of the history of the cathedral that is usually not so visible. The buildings are big, massive, impressive, but behind those big buildings there's also the story of the people who worked there and who've used the cathedral and the palace for centuries. And when we do these guided tours, it's usually Espen and his colleagues who are doing it, not our guides. Because this adds a level of authenticity which you can't get. I can't tell people about restoration practices in the way that Espen does. Also it's an important part of the history of the cathedral, this quite recent restoration history. But it creates a link also to the past. Because the practices that they use are the same that we used in the Middle Ages. So these are programs that we primarily offer to locals and also to the regional audience of the wider region of Trøndelag. Because we want to get people engaged in this history, not just seeing the big buildings, that maybe also something daunting, but to get behind that story and meet the people, which we think also can create a sense of pride among the people of Trondheim. This is something that is actually going on now. Very high quality work that many don't know about, and also very many people discover that they have relatives who've actually worked at the restoration workshop, because around the year 1900 this was one of the biggest workplaces in Trondheim, about 100 people working there. So it makes this link even closer.
Can I just say one final thing? In the back, I think we've put some books, some of our yearbooks, for you to have a look at during the breaks. And at least the images are texted in English, so feel free to just have a look at them and ask us questions later as well, because we have a lot to talk about, but very little time to do it. Okay, thanks.
All thank you very much. Which leads us to the last of the first four speakers. Could I please have Stefan come up to the front? Thank you very much. And Stefan is the head of department, associate professor at the Department of Society, Culture and Identity at Malmö University. And he's going to talk about meta-perspectives on history and cultural heritage. Stefan, I'll set up your PowerPoint. Make yourself comfortable.
Very small pieces. Hope you can see it all. So thank you, Nick, and thank you for inviting me to come here. I'm super excited to meet you all and have these discussions these upcoming days. Well, and I'm a historian, and when I was asked to come here, we had to thought, what can I bring with me? Because I'm not an expert in crafts and so on. But I can bring myself as a historian, sort of making a meta perspective here on cultural heritage and history, and that's what I'm going to try to do here. And let's see. Well, one of the fields I'm working in is public history, and one of the sort of founding stones of this field of study is Raphael Samuel's Theatres of Memory. And it says something very important here in this book. I'm going to quote it. It says that history is not the prerogative of the historian. It's rather a social form of knowledge, drawing not only on real life experience but also memory, myth, fantasy, and desire. And I think this is important to us, that history is a social form of knowledge, and that's something we had to tap into these upcoming days in our discussions. So that's Raphael Samuel. Another thing with public history is that it's about the creation of history, how history is created as this social form of knowledge. History of whatever sort is created. That's something important too, because what we are going to do here these upcoming days is to create the history of the Rasnov fortification, to select what to bring out in the upcoming exhibitions and things taking place there. For myself, I'm doing research in this field, and the most important thing for me, I think, is to shift the focus on public history and shift the focus on how history is created by ordinary people in the ordinary world, so to say. Quite often, reenactors, for example, there's a lot of reenactors here, are being seen as someone consuming history and not something else. And I want to shift that focus and bring forward that people are not only consuming history, ordinary people, but also producing and mediating history. And that's something that it is important for academics to look at and to investigate and research. That's one of the things I do in my research. A meta perspective then on what history is. I would say that history is not the same thing as the past. That's the first thing we have to sort of think of. History is not the same thing as the past. And to illustrate it, I have two timelines here. And the timeline above is the timeline from the past into the present and future. So that's one thing, that's the past. History is not the same thing as the past. History is selected pasts. That's something very important to remember, that we, from the present, and the present is ever changing, you know. From the present, we have problems, we have needs, we have desires, we have questions. And that's what we're going to do the next couple of days. We have to select pasts. And then we go back in history to the traces from the past. And that can be sources, artifacts, and environments, such as the Rasnov fortress, of course. And we ask questions to that place right now. And from that, we make a narrative, we make history. So the second timeline here is history. And historians, when we work with history and select this past, we can do that in different ways. We can stop time, working synchronically, start time and write about a certain time. We can work diachronically, sort of see time over, changing over a huge amount of time sometimes. And what I found very interesting as a perspective, as a professional historian, is to look at asynchronous history. Have you heard of that before? It's time that's not put in a certain place. It's a shifting time. It's time without being in timeline, so to say, and I will try to illustrate. My main inspiration here is an American historian called Carol Dinshaw. And she says that asynchrony is different time frames of temporal systems colliding in a single moment of now. And I think this is very important. These time frames colliding with each other. Because here you have the sort of grounding idea of how to make a place like Rasnov important. To visit Rasnov, people have to have a feeling that the present is colliding with the past. And in a way to make them excited, for example. You have to bring forward something here. And I think, for example, I've been researching your reenactors for a couple of years now, and I believe that this is the key. That sometimes in your reenactments you can feel the past being present in some way at least. This collision, I think, is very important. It's very important when creating an exhibition, for example, to make the way through an exhibition feel that the past can be very much colliding with you in the present. To get that feeling of the past being there. As a researcher, I get this feeling when I go down into archives and bring out the old stuff and read about the people, and I can really feel the people being with me. And that's the past colliding with the present. And that brings my little Lego figure here. Because for me, the Middle Ages are very much the 1980s, when I was a child. For me and my brother, we were dressed up as knights all the time. We played the Middle Ages all the time. We were in the Middle Ages most of the 1980s, I would think. In our toys, for example. So this is something bringing a sort of collision here with different time frames. So the 1980s for me are really the Middle Ages in some way, at least. And this is interesting because this is not from the 1980s. This is a modern reproduction of a toy from the 1980s. And that brings forward nostalgia. And of course, I had to buy this in the toy store when I saw it when I was there with my children, because it's a nostalgia for me and it represents both the Middle Ages and the 1980s. And I think that's also important when looking at a place like Rasnov. What does it mean to the people here? If you're going to connect it to the local community, what does it bring forward in frames of nostalgia and so on? How can we bring the past colliding with the present in the minds of people visiting Rasnov? Okay, but how does cultural heritage fit in all this sort of frame of history here? When we talk about cultural heritage, we sometimes forget it's about culture. Culture is one part of cultural heritage. And for me, I'm a culture historian in many ways, culture and social historian. But for me, culture is also key here, also in what we're going to do the next couple of days. And with culture, I use a definition by William Sewell. He's sort of my theoretical house god. And he says that culture is the production, circulation, and use of meaning. And it's also important here to bring meaning to the use of history. It's something we have to think hard on, I think, how to bring meaning in all this. It's the semiotic dimension of human social practice, he says, and it brings forward a network of semiotic relation. And by semiotic, he means language in the broader sense of the word. So, and it brings meaning to people. And to engage in culture practice, to make this use of semiotic code to do something in the world, and it implies it as a sort of coherence. I mean, you can talk about culture systems. Uses of culture form a semiotic community, and that's important for us, I think. And that's something we have to bring forward and think about too. And in a given society, there's a multitude of semiotic communities forming distinct worlds of meaning. And that's something we have to do here. I think how to sort of create a notion here in the local community, constructing meaning and forming sort of a distinct world of meaning, connecting the place with the fortress. But at the same time, culture is a fragile thing in many ways. It's something that's often contradictory, contested, loosely integrated, weakly bounded and mutable. So culture can be sort of fragile in many ways. And coherence is brought forward by ongoing cultural practices and negotiations and authority. And that's something we have to think hard about too, because we here are a very authoritarian group when it comes to how these fortresses are going to be used the next decades or so. What we do here today in the next couple of days is important because we can sort of steer the direction of how the history is going to be used, how this semiotic community here in the local community can be brought forward. And that brings that we have a large responsibility ahead of us. That's something I think we have to think hard about too. Yeah, and we already talked about before we came here and today this communist past, and that's something I think is a key thing to think about too. Not just to say, yeah, this is a sort of a black period in modern history, and it's of no use for us today. I think if we're going to bring sort of a semiotic community here in Rasnov, we have to negotiate how to handle this past too. And I think I will bring it forward. We can't just go back to the Middle Ages. We have to think about the modern times too, and how this reflects on the local community. And that brings us to the sort of concept of culture history. And one of the leading names within this field today, I would say, is Laurie James Smith. And this is her sort of conception of the concept of cultural heritage. And it's ultimately about cultural practices involved in the construction and regulation of a range of values and understandings. It's used to construct and reconstruct and negotiate a range of identities, social and cultural values and meanings in the present. It engages act of remembering, connected to the past, to create ways to understand and engage with the present. And it's about negotiation, and these negotiations can be conflictual, of course, about using the past and collective or individual memories to negotiate new ways of being and expressing identity. So you see here, meaning comes up. Yeah, perfect. Here again. And historians are using that too, of course. We are studying cultural heritage. And I would say, I would agree with Peter Orson and Lisette Gurdin here, that it's a specific use of the past. Produce, contain, and refer to as a specific use of the past. And it's all about negotiation, it's all about power and authority. And the idea of authority, again, is very much important. And here in the end here, another name here to bring forward today is Ronnie Harrison with his critical perspective of cultural heritage. And he very much stresses the importance of including local communities in the construction of cultural heritage. it's a broad range of constituencies involved in the production of the past and present. I think that's the thing that makes me very excited to be here, because that's what we're doing. We're doing something for the local community, using the past, making history, representing, constructing a cultural heritage that's going to last a couple of decades or so, maybe. And it brings forward a responsibility for us. That's very exciting too, I think. So to conclude, we have to talk about remembering the past. We have to think about how this can be engaging in the present. We have to talk about negotiation and then absolutely about authority. We have to think about knowledge production and what to bring forward here when we are narrating the past in a myriad of ways, I think. And in the end, it's about mediation of knowledge used to make this semiotic community here in Rasnov. So I'm very excited to be here. I hope I didn't bore you with my theoretical outlook. And I'm looking forward to these upcoming discussions. Thank you.
All right, so that's the first 4 down. Thank you very much for all the first speakers standing up here and how do you say, biting the head of the proverbial snake, if that's a mistranslation from a Dutch proverb. I'm sorry for the imagery. But we are off. Now, as I promised, we have a couple of minutes for questions. So, are there any questions for any of the speakers so far? It's been quite a lot of information coming at us, some of it quite practical, but I think personally it's very nice to see that we're covering all of the basics in one big swoop. At least sort of the framework approach to the more practical elements that are yet to follow. Especially Stefan Stowe, I really loved what you did there. Mark, do you have a question?
Yes, I'm sorry. You mentioned that you have a lot of ways of disseminating, including VR, AR, etc. Do you also use gamification for educational or entertainment purposes?
Both. For educational purposes, for example, the VR that we developed, it was also part of a European project that we did, and we developed 4 scenarios, which are, of course, based on historical events that took place in the city. That's what our research and interpretation department actually does. They provided input to build the scenario of the VR stories, the four games that are built and that are used by the children later on during the visitation. So one is like the siege of Šibenik, and the other is, so that is how we go about it. Also, for example, the AR tour, we have AR tour on one of our fortifications, and then also we have two characters carrying the story. One is a historian from that period who actually wrote down the happenings around the Ottoman siege and the things that were going on then, and the other character is a boy, an invented boy, who actually goes around and plays with cannons and shows how it works in AR.
So one is more for the children, the other for the
they're in the same augmented reality story, but it's like, so you have like a real person, a historian who tells you what was going on, and a boy who's actually playing with him around it. So it's we always try, of course, it has to be built on real events, on the real history, and then of course somehow interpreted to be interesting for young generations, because then in the end it is gamification, but it is also education.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions so far for any of the speakers that have been up?
I just wanted to give a comment to Nidaros, because I think it's so interesting, that the restoration, it's a permanent thing. It's not a project that will be done. And also that when you have that kind of outlook on your work, it also allows for dissemination from the craftsman, because that's often a challenge that the craftsmen don't have time for doing dissemination, and the guides can't do, as you say, the guides can't do the same thing. So to actually have someone that should always be there. But I wonder how you like doing the dissemination, or how you do. Does it give you something back to the work you do as a craftsman, or how does it?
Yeah, I think it varies on who you ask. On my colleagues, some people like it, and some people like to document and write down what they do and reflect on it. I think all of us, through a bachelor's studies in building illustration, even if people haven't had an academic background, I think we've been forced into thinking in a different way through that education. And I think always questioning what we're doing and if we're doing it the right way is something that we are trained to do, I think. And it's very important, I think, instead of just bringing one tradition without thinking about why and how, and if that is, just bring one tradition for the sake of it is not the right way. You have to think about why. Yeah, I'm not sure if that answers the question, but
no, it's really interesting. I'd love to talk lots more about it.
And we will have the chance for that. And also, just so you know, like, I'm sitting there, we are typing with a couple of note takers, so all the essences of the talks are being sort of distilled in a document, which afterwards you'll also be getting, of course, so that we can all look back at this and or use it for whatever fields we're working on. Any further questions? Well then. So, I've got good news. I got a smiley face here up front. We are on schedule, which is perfect. We have some coffee and we have some snacks, and now we'll take a small break. We've had our first half of the day, so we're off to the races. You can just go where you came in and everything should be there. We will be starting again 5 to 12. 5 to 12, which is in about 20 minutes from now, 25. All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee, your little snack, and your little talk, and talked a little bit about the talks that we have seen so far. And we are up for the next round of speakers. I'm quite excited for this one. I would like to call forward Oscar.
What?
Yes, you, sir. No more than 31 minutes, as we agreed.
Yes.
And you have an interesting selection of items standing here in front of it. Oscar, take it away.
Thank you.
Yours.
I was waiting for you explaining what I'm doing. But I'm not quite sure myself. But whenever people ask me what my job is, usually my mother asks me. I tell that I tell stories with objects. So that's what I do. And partly how this developed was we did a project with a museum in Stockholm that was doing excavations in Birka, the Viking town, which is not a Viking town. It's a gräsmatta, as we say in Swedish. There's absolutely nothing to see. But they were digging there, and my job was to tell all the people that came there, tell them what was going on with the excavation, and that started a long collaboration with the archaeological laboratory at the Stockholm University, where we did different projects together, because I'm not an archaeologist, I am not an historian, I have no idea whatsoever, but my thing is to tell stories. So we told the stories for the scientists, which have sort of stuck with me ever since. Because I have this idea that if someone offers me a stage in some sort, it can be a real stage or it can be a television program or whatever, then I have stolen people's attention. I've stolen their time. So I need to give something back. And that should be something interesting. I'm not interested in just doing mindless entertainment. I want to actually contribute. I want my audience to go to bed a bit more smarter than when they woke up in the morning. I was, but since I work mostly with drama in the form of I can work as a producer for an exhibition or do educational programs for museums or actual drama on a proper stage. That means since I'm not a scientist, I'm not so very particular about the truth, always. So sometimes when I tell the stories I want to tell, sometimes I have an object, but part of the story is missing, or I have a story and the object is missing. But that can always be reconstructed. And I was listening to a talk by Neil Gaiman, and he said that storytellers, it's a weird thing because their profession is telling lies, which I don't agree with at all. I think Neil Gaiman is brilliant, but that particular thing I don't agree with. Because how many of you have heard the story about Little Red Riding Hood? Yeah, most of you. How many of you have read the book by, what's his name, Charles Pillard, French guy, 18th century? No one. But you know the story anyway. And that story has survived for hundreds of years. And of course, there's so many strange elements in that story. There's so many reasons of not believing in it. First of all, wolves can't talk. And if you get eaten by a wolf, you will probably not survive to be rescued by a hunter. So it's a really weird story. It's really hard to believe in it, but still it's still being told, and I think everyone in this room can tell the story. And that is, I think, because good stories that are worth telling are often more true than reality. Because what we have done is boiled down the essence of a concept. So we are telling something. I mean, in the case of Little Red Riding Hood, we are telling children not to trust strange people you meet in the forest. So that's a good story, so for me, it's important to tell stories and do it in a way so that people will become interested, because that's also part of what we are doing here now. Why should people care? I mean, actually it's just a bunch of old rocks on top of each other, and actually for our daily life it doesn't matter if there's a fortress up there or if it's not. It doesn't actually affect us in any practical way, but still we must make people care about it. And there's different ways of doing that, and my way has been to sort of lure people into what I want to talk about. I have a friend who works in the Technical Museum in Stockholm, and he called me up and said, Oscar, something strange is happening. So many people are calling us and asking about Svea Gruva, which is a coal mine in Svalbard. And they sort of refer to your book. So I wrote the book, and in that book there's a story. It's actually a UFO story about a dead alien. But what I wanted to talk about was actually the amazing story of this coal mine in Svalbard. Because that's really exciting. And there's actually one book published in 1960 something that is called The Swedish Coal Mine in Svalbard. And there's a picture of a guy full of coal in space standing. No one reads that book. You can get it online at the used bookstore for like €2. But just by adding just a tiny bit of UFOs to that story, I get people to read about the coal mine, and that's really the story in the end that will catch their attention, I think. And in more simple ways, we did a project about this Viking town Birka again, and so we told the story about some of the first excavations there in 1875 something. So we built this archaeological site with the grave, with the skeleton and everything, and everything was for real, but I just added, I choose things that made people think about Indiana Jones. Which, I mean, if you ask any archaeologist if they like Indiana Jones, they won't admit it at once. But everyone do, and just by sort of luring people into something that is familiar, that they know about, because people don't like to feel stupid. They're like, hey, look, that's, oh wow, Indiana Jones, I know that movie, and which brings me sort of into the story about my item. I made 2 promises to myself, well, 3 actually, but the 2 most important was be well prepared, which I failed horribly, and the second one was not to talk about vampires, because that would be such a cliche in Transylvania. But I brought this medallion that actually has an interesting story. According to this book, I can show it because everything that is printed is true. Not what you read online. Yeah, here's a whole chapter about the amulet, and this is a book written by a guy called Peter Underwood about vampire folklore and history, and he claims that this amulet once belonged to the folklorist Montague Summers, and that he got it from someone in Croatia. I don't remember the full story, but it was used to scare off vampires, and the interesting thing is that there's actually 2 of these. I have one, and the other one belongs to a guy called Sean Manchester, not Winchester for those of you who watch Supernatural. But he was a guy who was a vampire hunter for real in England, 1960s, and he had a arch enemy called David Ferrant, who actually spent time in jail for grave desecration. Is that the word? Yeah, he actually staked someone. And I met him in London 2 years before he died, and he gave me this because he know I'm a collector of weird stuff. And so it's really hard to know, is this for real? I can't find any reference to it in Montague Summers' work, but why should I not trust Peter Underwood? But there's so many things that I can talk about when using this. Of course, all the vampire lore, why does it exist? How has it been used? How did it affect normal people's lives back in the day, like any religion or any folklore? So it's myth who actually guided people's lives. But is it for real? Let's check. I'm going to waste my last 3 minutes with an experiment. Would you like to help me? This is going to be fun.
For you or for me?
Yeah, for you. This is going to be magical.
Okay, I trust you.
Yes. Would you mind wearing this for a while? So, let's try if it works. We can't just trust Peter Underwood and his book. Let's find out. So here I have actually 3 samples of dirt from real vampire graves from Medvegia. That is, I don't know what country today. It used to be Yugoslavia when these were gathered.
Beer, place with beers. Medved is beer.
Okay, yeah, nice. And I also have proper holy water. You can actually buy real holy water on eBay. You can buy it from selected 3 different popes. This is John Paul, so I guess you can gather. So what I want you to do is stand over here, a bit closer to my tray here, and like focus on the amulet for a while. And so we have these 3 samples, and I want you to pick up 2 of them.
Just anyone?
Yeah, feel guided by the amulet. 2 of them. And you give 1 of them to me. Aha. Sample number 19. Interesting. But why did you choose this one?
No, I was told to give it to you.
Yeah. Probably guided by the amulet. So, let's see. You can put that one down here again. I says 22.
Just checking.
Yeah, just checking. And this, I haven't tampered with this in any way. So, now, if this is working properly, then you will have chosen probably the vampire grave dirt, because you are now under the influence of the vampire hunting amulet.
That would have harmed you?
No, I'm not a vampire.
Okay.
But it probably helped you to pick out the right dirt sample. If it didn't, it's going to be really embarrassing. I think I built this up a bit. So please pay a lot of attention, because there should be a reaction when I pour a holy water into one of these. Hopefully that one. So maybe
a step back?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
There should be some kind of smoke or something. Let's check. This is one of the ones that shouldn't give a reaction, and it doesn't. Yeah. More holy water here. No, not really.
The ordinary guy.
Yeah. So try the one you choose.
Wow.
Amazing. Applause for my brave vampire hunter. Thank you very much.
So, I can return it now?
Yes, it's better. You don't want to be seen on the streets with this one. Tack och förlåt.
So thank you very much for all that. That was quite spectacular, but actually quite an interesting way to use something that everyone maybe expects or thinks about to divert the subject in a multitude of directions, not least of which is our all common safety. Thank you, Strauss. Okay, that leads us to the next talk, which is going to be Kai Rune and Per Steiner. Come forward, please. You are up. And the presentation is ready for you. So Kai and Per are museum craftsmen and conservators at Stiklestad, a very unique place in Norway. There's a beautiful longhouse I'm sure they'll be talking about, and I'm very excited to hear what they have to say. Guys, the floor is yours. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Use this one?
You can use that one, or you can use the arrows.
Yeah. Yeah, you've already said where we are from. Nice to be here. Very excited. This will be great. We are placed in the middle of Norway. And our place in history is from a famous battle in Norway in 1030, where King Olaf died, supposedly leaning back on a stone. It's a very romantic picture of it here. Leaning back on a stone on the field where we today have a church and a memorial place of it. He was king of Norway for some time, between 1015 and 1028, and then he had to flee for some time, and he went into Ukraine, and he came back to try to regain his power in Norway, which he failed totally in, because he was killed by local farmers and chieftains around in Norway. But the great thing that he won anyway, because he became the patron saint of Norway after, because 1 year afterwards they dug him up again in Trondheim, and the result is kind of a big cathedral also. They dug him up again, and he was still fresh. He was smelling nice. His beard and everything has grown. So of course he was a holy person. So
they even did a burning test. They cut off his beard and tried to put fire to it. It did not burn, so he was a holy man.
Yeah. Some 100 years later, they built this church on the place of the battle, and that is where our museum is today. This church is built around 1180, so it's the only medieval thing we have at our place in Stiklestad. So the church is there. It's a place to come to. Of course, it's the local church that people use, but it's also the place where the battle in 1030 is supposed to have taken place, and it's the place that is supposed to be the place where King Olaf died, under the altar. Which I think, as an archaeologist, I think it's a bit hard to believe that was the actual place. But of course, 100 years after the battle, I think people still in the community knew where it had taken place. And that's also one very interesting thing that we talk a lot about to people visiting, is how can we actually know this? What do we know? There's a lot of sources for this battle, but they are not really telling the same story, all sources, and that's a very interesting aspect of it. To try to make people think about the past as fluid. It's what do we think about it, and what does the sources tell? Yeah. It's a kind of a modern museum at the place. This is where we work on a daily basis. It's both a hotel, it's a museum, it's a cultural center. It used to be a theater there also in the same building, but they have now moved out. But we still have this large outdoor play there every year, which gathers a lot of people. So it's a very important place also for people interested in theater in this local community. We have a local folk museum with buildings from the mostly 18th, 19th, 20th century. Kai and me, we don't work so much there. We mostly work here.
And this is what we've done. We have a story saying that something happened at Stiklestad in the year 1030. We have no evidence, we have no pieces in archaeology, we have nothing to connect it to the story. So we have to make an arena, a scene to tell our story. We know the big frame. This guy, Olav came, he died, and he became the patron saint of Norway. And also, this is the moment Norway becomes a nation. By his death, Norway defines as a nation after that. It's an important point in Norwegian history, and we have no items to show it. We have not a bone or a sword or a helmet, nothing. So
You have this?
yeah, but this is also 150 years later. So we make this arena, and we bring school classes, children, kindergarten, and also university students in here, and we talk about Viking age, and then we also tell them about what happened at Stiklestad.
This was very, because the museum here was built up. In the first place, it was built like a folk museum, and then there was this big theater which commemorates the battle that has been going on. The theater has been going on from the 1950s, and it's been a very big symbolic for Stiklestad as a place. But during the late 90s, 1990s, they wanted to really try to develop something more that we can tell a bit more about society and the big transition from the Viking Age until Christian medieval times. But how shall we tell this? Shall we make an exhibition? Shall we try to do this like have lectures, movies? What they decided on, that was before we came into this, was to try to reconstruct an environment to tell the stories in a physical environment that could represent the Viking Age and medieval times. And that we have been participating in this building of this arena. Yeah.
And we, since Olav is both a Viking warrior, a Viking king, but he's maybe mostly a medieval saint, we also focus on medieval buildings in Norwegian building history. That's why we keep the longhouse on top, and now we're building medieval houses around to create a medieval farm on this field. So we have a both, because on the year 1000 in Norway we stopped doing the longhouses and we start doing log building houses. So we have both on this side. So now you will join us on a journey how we actually work at our museum. This is in Trondheim at the university, at the museum. We examine old buildings, old building parts in detail for tool marks, what kind of tools, what building techniques, how is it done. This is a house in from southern Trøndelag, Jutterstugu,
Stated
11th
12,
century.
1250 around.
Yeah, 1250. So this is what we do before we build something ourselves. We go out in Norway, we look upon existing material, either houses, pieces of houses, tools, whatever that is in the frame that we are supposed to work. This is also in Trondheim at the museum. We document an axe from the same time period. We go to the documentation to a blacksmith, and he makes this tool for us, and then we start to hew the timber to make this house. And this is maybe one of our strengths at the museum, because me and Per Steinar, we do all the work and we meet the guests. So when they come and ask what kind of traces are those up there, we can tell them what they are and how it became so, because we made this stuff. So it's because this is the traces we find on medieval timber in Norway.
And we can also talk about where the timber comes from, because we go out and select all the materials ourselves. So we do the buildings from the forest until they are finished, and then we do the dissemination also in the buildings. So we as archaeologists and carpenters and wood carvers, and we are doing all the process from the planning through the choosing of the timbers to the building, and also then we are making the dissemination in the houses. Yeah.
Two more details. This picture shows that we have students from the University of Trondheim with us in the forest, and they stay with us for 10 weeks, learning how to pick timber and how to do this work. And on the bottom line of this, me and Per Steinar, we go to our boss and says, we think we should make a living quarter or maybe a storage house, or we should make this kind of house, maybe a barn. And we argue why we think this would be a good application for our medieval farm. And our boss says, yeah, that sounds really good. We should work more on that idea. And we work on the idea and we add more school concepts, more educational programs to it. And then we present the idea and they said, yeah, go ahead and start to build. So the idea for the whole concept of this comes from the bottom. We craftsmen present the idea for our boss and they say, do it. And now this winter we're building a house that represents the living quarters with the help of students from university.
This is based on 11th century archaeology from Trondheim, not so far from their cathedral. Excavations that was done in 2017. Not everything, but most of the details in the log building are, a lot of it is based on early medieval log building in the area. These are students participating. We also do other crafts at the museum, both for research but also mostly as a public project to try to make people come and participate in different projects. This is iron production, which is my special topic of interest, which I find very funny to do. So we have quite a good dialogue with the rest of the museum and trying to make projects that we ourselves are really interested in promoting. So I had this Danish guy, Jens Olesen, maybe some of you know him. He's a really good iron producer that participated and also taught us a lot about it. We go around a lot and try to participate in projects in different places. This is Södra Råda. It's a reconstruction of a church in southern Sweden, which we were and worked with the guys there for some time. It was really interesting. So we try to share knowledge and try to develop ourselves by participating in other projects. A lot of commercial from Swedish projects here now. It's for you, Richard. Yeah. And as Kai has said earlier, we try to go out and document. This is really interesting. It's a well from the 15th century.
15th century, early 15th century.
It's quite local, so we go out when something interesting is popping up and try to document it and do some research on it. This is really interesting, don't you think? Lot of things to see here. Yeah.
This is the knowledge we gain by building these things. Is that archaeologists, when they do diggings, they come to us asking, what is this piece? Why is there marks like this on these houses on Melhus, southern Trøndelag? They come to us and ask, how has these houses looked like? Because we find these holes in the ground and we try to rethink the whole house situation by looking at their dig site and look about what we've been building and interpret.
And we told them this could not be roof bearing posts because they are so close together. It was impossible to use this house, but they didn't listen at us. So
the idea is very open.
It should be as this, like this, of course. Yeah. This is how it looked like. Yeah.
Yeah. At our museum, we also do a lot of two ways of dissemination. It's one with theatricals, or we do give lectures with scholar lectures. So this is actually the wedding of Olav and Princess Astrid of Sweden in the year 1019. We have a lot of school kids. This is also a small theater. School classes almost every day at our site.
That's really important. We have a lot of school classes from kindergarten and up to also high school.
Yeah, and also universities.
And in the summertime we have some more people working at the site.
Yeah, we have a lot of craft stations going on.
And there's some nice pictures there, and we have the old gods in there. I think the time is running fast now, so I think maybe we should stop the lecture with your our thing that we brought.
I brought this little item. You know it?
Yes. No.
It's just a simple item. It's actually it's from the boats. Those who do sailing, they know this one. And we could have stopped the story by saying this is just a piece of wood from a boat doing something with the rig when you sail, and you can take down the rig really fast by pulling this out. But what we do, we tell the kids this is actually a kid's game, and it's sort of a slippery stick, and you're supposed to get it out of the hand of your opponent. But by letting the kid play with it for a while, and then we tell them this is actually from the Viking ships. This is a piece of the Viking boat. So, and then they remember the story and the game when they go back home. So it's attaching a story to an item, through a game almost. It's what we do with.
And it's also the same with like kind of this shield. It's just not only a shield, because if a kid give him the shield and he stands there picture, but you know what this shield is? It's actually Odin's shield because it has the ravens on it. So we try to, all objects are connected to stories that we can tell. And like this stick, or an axe, or
Yeah, we try to attach a story to the items. She heard the rumors that actually Olav is coming over the mountains from Sweden this summer. She's not happy about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for us.
All right, thank you very much for that, and this interesting lollipop going on there. So that brings us to the last talk before the lunch, and it's none other than Maria and Thomas. Maria being a cultural worker with a very broad range of experiences in a variety of cultural institutions, having led many projects and exhibitions, and Thomas being at the moment a PhD at the University of Stockholm, and they have some very interesting things to tell us. I'll set up your presentation. There we go. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you. I brought a small knife, and this is not like a weapon. This is like a craft knife that you can use for carving or something like that. And I put it here, and then we get back to it later.
Yeah, thank you very much for being here. It's going to be awesome, I say. Yes, so we're going to talk about craft as cultural heritage and as an attraction. But just to put you on track, you need to know what we mean when we are talking about crafts. What do we mean? We would say that craft is everything that is produced pre-industrial revolution, as in, for example, wood turning, building houses, glass blowing, textile works, and so on. But we also like to include cooking as a craft.
But what's the potential in crafts? Is it like a good attraction? We have some example earlier here that crafts are used in the centers, the museums. And we use one example to exemplify how big of an attraction craft could be. This is Guédelon in central France. And this one isn't an old castle. This one started to be constructed in 1998. Before that, it was woods and an old quarry at this site. And just after 3 years, they got an economical surplus from this place, and have about 300,000 visitors yearly, 60 persons employed, 40 of them just working with construction. And you have to remember that when this place became a big place to visit, it didn't look like this. It wasn't a grand castle. It looked like this. A building site where they are breaking the stone and building the foundation of the castle. Small workshops where people can see craft. Next one. So what the audience see is like the stonemasons working with the stone, the smith doing the tools that they use for cutting the stones. You have, for example, here the making of baskets. The baskets are later on used to carry up the mortar in the building. So what you see is the item needed to build the castles being made and how they are used in the process of building this great castle. There are no like fire shows, no tournaments, no medieval markets or those other kind of things that you see normally at medieval festivals. It's just craft and the process of building that's all the attraction.
And they are using medieval methods, full scale. They break the stones, they carry the stones with horses and to the building site.
Yeah, and its connection to museums and to like learning how we can build this. So there's big cooperation with museums and so on. So it has a huge potential.
We would like to promote our vision to work with crafts as both a way to show heritage, both for schools and publics, and to attract visitors. Crafts can be watched. Here we see another sample from Guédelon. Like people are just standing here watching a guy chopping away on a piece of wood. This is a very natural way to increase and open up dialogue with the visitors, because people would like to know what you're doing and why you're doing it. And you know, when someone is staring at you, you go, oh, you want to know what I'm doing? And suddenly you have a conversation and you can actually give them the full story on why this small little thing that you're doing, how you can get that one to be interactive into the story, the full place on the historical site. Crafts make noises, they smell, you can touch them, and in that way you can also create memory for people to remember what they felt and touched and smelled at the particular time. In fact, we would say that historical destination needs craft to be able to come to life, to create this story, to share it, to get the attraction for the people that are actually at the site. These 4 pictures, they are from the Open Air Museum of Skansen in Sweden, central Stockholm. Skansen is, for you who doesn't know that, the oldest open air museum in the world. They opened 1875, so it's a really, really old place. And every person that works on Skansen, showing the houses and the things happening in the houses, they need to have a craft to do with being there, because you're not supposed to be like empty-handed. You need to have something to do with your hands, because you're not sitting rolling thumbs in 1775. People were always producing things. They were producing crafts because that was a way of life at the time. And we also think that crafts should be done locally, as in you should produce on the place what has been produced at the site at the time for the place.
And then you can increase the interaction by changing from like just seeing craft to actually doing some easy craft. Here we have an example from a fortress on Öland in Sweden, Eketorp. It was a reconstruction of an Iron Age fortress that also were used in the early Middle Ages. And this is our son, Sixten. That's making a pendant in tin. So they have molded it, getting the tin pendant, and then working with it. And by this, he's get involved in the process. He's doing it himself, of course with the help. They have personnel helping you succeed in this task, making this object. And when he leaves, he has an object with him, connecting him to the craft. He was on this place, he learned something. It also increases his confidence as a person. He can do this pendant, then he can also do other stuff. So an important way of both connecting him to the place, the craft, and for himself and his development.
He came home after this visit and said, I can actually make things. I don't need to buy them. Usually kids these days are like, oh, I want this one. I want to buy it. Can you please buy it for me? But he changed after one of those sessions. It's like, oh, could I please make things? And he kept asking us to make things with him. And I really love that because I work as a craft consultant. I have been working as a craft consultant for many, many years. And I've seen this in very many kids that actually did change the perspective of going from like, oh, I don't know how to do this, so I don't try it. And then you can help them to succeed in the task and you just put them on the track and suddenly you can see they're growing and they want to learn because that's within us, within people, that we'd like to gain our confidence and we want to see more things around us and want to do things. So it's a really, really useful thing to do. So you can actually have crafts that you can watch. Easy crafts that you can do. This was also included in the entrance fee. It's like a small task that you could actually do on site and you don't have to pay extra for it. Because if you add that you're supposed to pay extra for something, well, you know, open up the wallet could be a hassle for people and they've already paid the entrance fee, so they don't want to do it again. But there are people that would like to know more about things. And like, yeah, for me, for an example, I love doing things. And then you can actually have courses, craft classes, and things like that. Here to the left, we see a Danish basket maker. His name is Sten Madsen. He's 75 years old. He's traveling all around the world giving classes in basket making. He's a brilliant person. He makes a living out of it and he's done that for his life. But he wouldn't be able to live on selling the baskets that he makes because there is like cheap production in Asia that keeps sending baskets over to here. So he sells knowledge. He sells knowledge, and that meant that he could stay within his profession and also teach other people knowledge about the profession. In that way, he gains extra knowledge about basket making. That's a class from Stockholm, and he was holding a basket making class. We're actually hosting the third one soon again. And people, it's full. I have 150 people on the waiting list. 150 people on the waiting list. 10 are already signed up and they're like super happy. It's not cheap. I mean, he comes from Denmark, we need to pay him extra money to travel and everything like that. But it's brilliant because people are ready to pay, people are ready to travel. People are coming from Finland to come to this class. We want to make crafts available and accessible to people. And we open up our wallets and actually do it.
Yes, and then it's pretty common in Sweden that museums have like educational programs for children, for school children. So this is one example from the Provincial Museum in Kalmar, where they have time travels. And the time travels are like the kids, the class coming to a place, then they change to dressing from the time period they're going to visit, and then they go for the time portal to that time period. It could be Iron Age, it could be medieval, it could be 17th century, it could be, like in this case, 1906. The kids are visiting a day in 1906. They're coming into a situation where they should do the common chores from that period. And pretty many of them are some kind of, with our definition, crafts. Like making butter, do some carving, perhaps making a spoon or something, or cooking. And then afterwards they travel back to the modern time and could reflect back on today, stuff that they do, because I mean, they eat butter, they eat food and so on. How are we doing things today and how was it back then? And they could make a discussion, increase your thoughts about the different time periods in the later on discussions.
This is also closely connected with the curriculum in Swedish schools, as in they read about a specific time period, and if there is a museum that has like time travel place like this, they actually connect them. So that it's like creates a much deeper understanding of that specific time.
And another good thing with this is that you build interest. And these are the ones that are doing like what we want them to do in the future. We want to spread knowledge, to make interest. And these are the future. The children are really important.
A historical site needs a shop. A shop where you can buy items that are produced or have been produced by people teaching things, the specific crafts on the site. Well, for Skansen example, you can buy a cinnamon roll. That's not a specifically like difficult task, but I mean you need to have the bakers baking at all days because otherwise the bakery will be really, really boring to watch. So when producing a lot of cinnamon rolls, you buy a cinnamon roll and you have the full experience. It's still hot and you know it's smelly and it's nice. Guédelon, they sell wood-turned bowls or plant-dye shawls, and also the glass workshop at Skansen, they produce a lot of glass items because it's also, they have to produce things, otherwise it's boring to watch it. This makes money for both the place and also for the crafters. It's super, super important that you can actually get something, even though if you don't want to buy it, you know that you can buy something. And you will bring home the full experience, and people will come home to you and like, oh, that's a nice ball. And you go, well, do you know what, I got this one. You should really go to Guédelon because they have really nice wood-turning workshop that creates these things. That's mouth to mouth. That's spreading of the word.
Bringing the experience home.
Bringing the experience home, indeed. I think we're fast.
No, we got like 1 minute left.
Gosh, sorry, yeah. Got carried away there. Well, to conclude, craft must be implemented to make a place come to life. Craft could have different layers. You can watch it, you can test it, you can buy a more expensive, deeper knowledge, a class for an example. For schools, craft could be included in the experience package, and the kids can come and try out pastimes. And we believe that craft deepens the experience for the visitors and creates a much stronger memory of the place and the time. Craft makes people reflect on processes, then, now, similarities and differences.
And here we have a picture again of our son. He is with Smith, Rasmus, a dear friend, in the castle of Ronneburg in Germany. And what he's making is actually this knife. That's what he's making. So from this place, he brings home a knife, connecting him to both like the person learning in this, but also like to craft, ancient craft, but also to the place of the castle he was in. And there it was Ronneburg, but it could as well in the future be kids go home with that same kind of experience from Rasnov. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. And that's it for the first half. We've already arrived at our lunch break, but before we go and have some food and some rest and sit in the sun and relax, some questions. Are there any questions for any of the three talks that we've seen so far?
Not really a question, but a comment about the crafting thing. I've learned that it's a very nice way of like including refugee kids when they come to Sweden. They can feel that they don't, especially when they come from Africa or Kurdistan or something. They can feel that our society is a bit strange and that they come from lesser developed places. But all of a sudden we put them in an environment when they know stuff about blacksmithing and they have relatives that know this and they have skills about cooking and baking and making ovens that the rest of the class don't have. And all of a sudden their knowledge is valuable, which is really nice.
Yeah, that's very nice. Like craft as a sort of vehicle, as a great unifier, or getting an equal platform from which everyone can connect and literally build new relationships with each other, but also materiality. Are there any more questions for any of the talks that we've seen so far? Well, that's good because you have a lot of time to talk about it. I hope in the meantime that you've gotten a little bit hungry and that you're ready for a meal. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go to where we all met yesterday, where we sat in the garden. There will be food there. Afterwards we'll continue with an exciting set of talks, of course. And up until that time, relax. I'll see you out there. Enjoy. Thank you very much for everyone so far. This has been already very, very nice indeed. Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back. How was lunch? Very good. I was also very happy to have some lunch. It's pretty heavy on the stomach, but we have a nice hike up at the end of the day, so we can walk off the soup and all the croutons. Or at least I will try to. Now we go on with our jam-packed full program with a very interesting talk by Mark here. Mark has traveled all the way from the lowlands, famous for its cheese, tulips and mountains, and we are going to talk about gamification of heritage, and I am for one am very excited about it. Mark, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. All right, I have been a little bit boring and have brought a book as my object. There we go. Okay. I'm going to talk about gamification, also a little bit about storytelling. We've heard some wonderful talks already about the importance of telling stories and the importance of how that can help education, dissemination, and actually that history is nothing more than really the stories we tell each other. The past is something else. I very much enjoyed that as well. Being a historian myself, let me get into introductions. I have a research master from the University of Utrecht in medieval studies, and I've worked with museums for over a decade now. Starting also in Arteon, an open-air museum in the Netherlands that some of you may be familiar with, have visited. They have reconstructions of buildings. There's a lot of reenactment events, different types of events as well, a lot of crafts, and a lot of school groups, a lot of visitors. They have over 300,000 visitors a year. And I coordinated events there for a while. I was also part of some European funded projects. And through that I also came into touch with IMTAL, the International Museum Theatre Alliance, and Interpret Europe, which I also did some work for. And now I've thrown all of that out the window because I have two companies that I have to run, which is Novitas Heritage, which is my own company, that works with museums, and we create experiences. Which I'll be spending most of the time talking about. Adventure Escape I founded last year, and that basically builds and runs escape rooms. Unlike Stefan, I very much enjoy the concept of time travel, so I use that a lot because it's as long as you have fun with it and don't take it too seriously. But for me, that holds true for almost everything that we do. Have fun with it. I work with a lot of different people and a lot of different companies because it takes a village to build an experience. So I work with a lot of professionals, specialists who are very much specialists in their field. And you always also try to keep it local. It's just easier, people are more familiar with the way things work. So you try to always work with the people around where you have a job to do. I've done a lot of projects for a lot of different organizations, a lot of museums, some of the national museums in the Netherlands, the National Military Museum. We're doing a project at the moment, making a sort of an espionage experience. People find a mysterious briefcase that they have to open, and then they get in touch with a mysterious organization, and there's a very elaborate and very useful fiction that we create to tell an actual story of something that happened. So we mix fiction and history, but usually in a very useful way, like Oscar mentioned. If you just sprinkle some aliens on a mine, then people get interested in the mine. So that's also what we do generally. We find an interesting story to tell, and then we find an interesting way to tell that story so that more people will want to hear it. So yeah, what is gamification? Well, this quotes the application of typical elements of game playing, like point scoring, competition with others and rules of play, to other areas of activities, typically as an online marketing technique, which is very outdated, to encourage engagement with product or service. What I like is the second bit. Gamification is exciting because it promises to make the hard stuff in life fun. I was giving a similar talk like this, but to a group of school children, and a 12-year-old girl raised her hand and said, so basically what you do is you make boring stuff fun. That's basically all I do, or try to do. One of the principles that I do this by is by the idea of the playful man, homo ludens. I also very much like this idea because it was first put into words and writing by a Dutchman called Huizinga. He wrote in the 1930s, and he describes how we are Homo sapiens, we are a thinking man, but mostly we learn through play. He bases this on his observations of the animal kingdom. We had a lovely visitor during lunch. I believe his name is Satan, little black cat, obviously learning to experience the world through play. And what Huizinga says is, this is basically what happens when children learn, they play. So the magic circle is another concept there. That is how you invite people into your area of play. He describes this also in the terms of a cathedral, which might be appropriate, where this is a holy place where the rules of every day don't really apply. The rules is different. You have to invite people into this magic circle. And this concept that he wrote about in the 1930s is still used today by game design companies all over the world. You talk to any game designer, video games, board games, doesn't matter. They know about the concept of the magic circle. This is very important if you want to gamify anything, is you have to explain the rules first. So people need to know what they're getting into. There's also a lovely article, I forget the author, who writes about sort of putting on events, and he says when you, like a visitor, you enter a castle and there's a leper who's like, give me, please, give me some money. You don't know the rules, so it feels awkward, it feels, it doesn't feel comfortable, you don't engage because you don't know what you're supposed to do. Are you supposed to kick him, give him money, feel sorry for him? You don't know. So explain the rules first and then engage with the public. I also tell a lot of museums, this is something you should consider, because a lot of people who visit museums don't do that very often, so they don't know the rules. An example I give is a British museum, I think. They had a lovely 12th century casket, I think it was, that was sitting on a sort of a pedestal. And there was a family who visited, was like, oh, that would make a lovely photo opportunity. So they took their 6-year-old and put him in the casket, and it fell off the pedestal and broke in half. You don't want that, but you can't really blame them if nobody explained to them that you're not supposed to do that. You can't assume that they know this just by knowing. They have to have heard it somewhere, learned it somewhere. And you can say, well, there were signs and stuff. People don't generally read signs. So this sort of principles of how do you encourage natural behavior that is also appropriate to the location that people are in, that is something that comes across very well in what I do, which is escape rooms and similar experiences. I'll hurry up a little bit. These are some examples of different types of games that you can make. Real life games, break-in boxes are sort of reverse escape rooms where you have a big box that people have to puzzle their way into. You can make apps and online games. Obviously, this is where escape rooms originally came from. You have escape routes, which are more in the open air city games and stuff, and then the actual escape rooms. A model that I often use is made by Scott Nicholson, who is called the escape room professor. He teaches in Canada. He builds the international world championship of escape rooms. He builds them with his students for Red Bull and stuff, and they get televised. He made a model for making these sorts of experience called the SNAP model, based on 4 pillars, which is the setting. So what is the sort of the historical setting you're in? Are we in the 1920s, in the Middle Ages? Are you in an alien spaceship? The story, what are people actually experiencing? What is the Their goal as well comes into that. What is the things that they will do along the story, and what is the end of the story? I will come back to that. And then you have activities, because it is a physical experience. You are moving through a space, you are interacting with objects, you are changing the space maybe. And you have puzzles, which is more the mental challenge of figuring stuff out. And then you have different types of that. You have suddenly you see the solution, you know what to do, or you find different pieces of the puzzle until you have the whole picture and can solve the puzzle. So there's all these things you need to make a complete experience, in his opinion. The player experience is mostly also on a rock bed of just customer satisfaction, really. Everything needs to be in order, everything needs to be fairly clean, the experience needs to be smooth, the coffee needs to taste good, sort of thing. So you need to take this into account as well if you're designing anything, really. Going into more moving away from escape rooms a little bit into more interactive experiences, I want to quote Johanna Koljanen, who is from Finland, I believe, and she is a Nordic LARP expert. I don't know if anyone is familiar with that concept. Some. LARP, of course, live action role playing, is a way also to educate or to give people transformative experiences. And she had two quotes that I found very inspirational. Disappointment is a function of expectation, meaning that if you create an expectation and you don't meet it, then people will be disappointed. If you turn that around, if you get the feedback that people are disappointed, your expectations aren't clear or are maybe too high. Also, she says everything is a designable surface. So if you go into a space, everything you see you can work with. Also, you can take that further and say a designable surface is also people's emotions. How do you want to design that? Their interaction with the space and with the world in general. Moving on, the 5 E's of experience design. If you then go and design something, taking all this into account, there's 5 things that you really want to consider, which is the expectation. So people read about the experience online, they find a flyer, whatever, so what is their expectation? Again, taking into account their possible disappointment. Then the entry, how do we enter the site, what do we experience when we do that? In terms of escape rooms, this is mostly about you come in, you need to feel welcome, thank you for coming, hang your coat over there, have a cup of coffee, sit down, and in 5 minutes we will start. Then the engagement is the experience itself, that needs to be fun, obviously. The exit is often forgotten. There was a talk that I was at from an escape room designer. You put it very, very aptly, and he said, well, it's like you have a romantic evening, and you make some expectations, you make a reservation at a restaurant, and then you have a nice dinner, then you go back home and into the bedroom, then you have the entry and the engagements. Let's not talk about that. But the exit is then in escape rooms, it's usually you jump out of bed, you flick on the lights and like, well, what did you think? And that isn't really what you want at that point. And most escape rooms actually do this. It's crazy, and you shouldn't. You should think about how do people exit the experience? What do they take with them as well? And then you come to the extension, which is what do they talk about afterwards? What is the message they take home? What do they tell their friends and family? And maybe also what sort of extension would you like? Do you give them a coupon, come back sometime? Do you send them an email, that sort of thing? So yeah, that's all fairly complex, but if you break it down, it becomes easier. And just for the last few minutes, I think, we'll go through some examples. So real-life games are usually more where you're physically engaged. These are some examples of what we did. We were talking about Loevestein Castle during lunch. We did a project there where people dressed up as monks, because there's an actual story of the Geuzen, I don't know the English word, rebels. They dressed up as monks to infiltrate the castle, so we have some puzzles around that. There's some other examples from the Netherlands as well. One famous one is Prison Escape, which is a massive game where hundreds of people play at the same time. There's like 50 or 80 actors running around, and it's in an actual prison. So it's also, you don't need to explain the concept. It's prison escape. You're in a prison, you want to escape. That's it. But they do it really well. So you come in, you get processed, you get an overall different colors, and and then you go in and you talk to maybe the guard who's a bit corrupt, or the other prisoner who knows a way out. And you find, I think there's 17 different ways that you can escape the prison. And you have like 3 hours to play this game. And people, it's very memorable. People never forget that time they were in prison. So, and this is, in the Netherlands we have a lot of prisons who are actually, they're discontinued, they're not in use anymore. They are going to tear them down at some point, but in the meantime they get used. So they're sort of heritage sites in a way. And it's a very interesting way to use this site. They did something similar with Tracing Thomas, which is in an old fortress, where they had, there's a boy missing, and there the concept is a bit more complex to explain, because you need to solve puzzles and talk to his parents and his teacher and different people, and it's like a LARP, but not quite. And so people, it didn't really catch on because it's Tracing Thomas, what does that mean? It's difficult to explain. Prison escape is very easy to explain. Everybody wants to do it. So the marketing also comes into it. How do you market something that is maybe a concept that people that haven't tried before, haven't heard about? Actually, a question near the end. Who here has done an escape room, who's played an escape room? Okay, well, the vast majority, that's good. Who has designed one or worked on one? Maybe a couple. There we go. So yeah, the escape rooms actually, very short history, came from online games, flash games that you could play on your phone, where you had to solve puzzles to escape a room. And this is actually a very useful technique to use in museums, but also for city games, where you don't have dedicated staff running it. Because if you've played an escape room, you open a lock, someone has to put the lock back. You can't always do that in a museum setting. So an app, something on a device, that's self-resetting. You don't need to put any locks back. You do need to think about, you still need to have sort of that victory moment of, I've opened the lock, I've opened this chest or door or whatever. But then it works really well. And you can also extend this to include the whole city. They're not Teutonic Knights, they're Templars, but the idea is the same. What if you have Templars who were part in a city, and you have to find the different places where they were? This is a concept that we worked on for a while. Then to finish it up, really, escape rooms is something that I've been very excited about ever since they came around. It's not really a new concept, but it's something that has really taken flight. And again, it's not something you need to explain to people. Most, like you, most people at least know of the concept, even if they haven't played one. So we've done ones in museums, we've done a Cold War escape room from the National Military Museum, and I also have my own ones that do a lot of time travel, hence we have a time machine, because you need one. And people go back to the time of either the Middle Ages or the time of Napoleon, and experience parts of history, because they need to solve puzzles. So they also need to really get into the mind of a 19th century French soldier, for instance, which really makes it memorable. I think that a good friend of mine once said, the only thing people will pay for is a change in emotion. So design something that changes their emotion and you will always have success. All right, well, I think that's it. Thank you very much. Oh, I didn't talk about this very briefly, if I may. Boring book. But this is, it's called Spelewerkt, which translates Playing Works. It's the management book of the year 2023 in the Netherlands. And it's written by 2 escape room owners who basically wrote this for companies. If you want to improve the way your company works, make games and have them play it. It works. So yeah, everybody apparently agrees. So English translation is in the works. Thank you.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Which leads us to the next speaker, and not entirely misplaced after this introduction about gaming and gamification. Martin, could I ask you to come forward? So Martin will do a nice talk, and he is an actor, but not only that, also, if I may, a freelance pirate, as opposed to a full-time pirate, I suppose. A clone, a magician, a storyteller, and a game master, and he's going to be talking about the process of creating experiences. I'm very excited. Martin, the stage is all yours. Take it
Thank
away.
you. So I coin myself as a pirate, whatever that means. So what does it mean? As Nick said, it means that I'm blending a lot of different concepts or archetypes. It's part clown, and by clowning I don't mean that I try to make things funny, but I open the fourth wall. When I go out, I don't necessarily stand on the stage. I don't do that. I go out into the public, and there's no limit to what I can take in. So whatever happens, I have to incorporate that into the experience that I am facilitating. Okay? I'm part magician because I show the impossible, and I am part storyteller. And that's all. That means that I'm telling stories, but I'm also inviting the participants to share their stories. And the last thing is a game master, and that is from my interests in games, as Mark told us about, and to facilitate playfulness and games, drama games or competitional games. And I blend these things into one package that I have called a pirate. And it is a sort of romanticized version of a pirate. But I'm not wearing swords, I'm not wearing weapons, I'm not using the usual pirate tropes of saying "arr" and raiding stuff. I am using more the inherent impressions that you get from meeting a pirate. A pirate is a gray zone character. Is he a good guy or is he a bad guy? And of course a pirate is always looking for treasures. And so my item is of course a treasure chest. And I use that inherent curiosity of what is in the locked chest. During my teenage years, I both studied and practiced drama and theater, but at the age of 20, when I could quit school, I really stopped going to school. I'm not an academic. I am more or less self-taught in everything I do. But I worked a lot of years with children as a teacher, as an after-school activity coordinator, a drama teacher. I worked as a bartender, I worked as a personal assistant, and sort of the common ground with all these things I've done, I've mostly helped or guided people that needs a little guidance, that be children or drunk people or disabled people. So how did I end up being a pirate? And that happened in 2016. In 2016, I quit my day job and I moved out of my apartment in Oslo without having any place to move into. And I ventured into the unknown that summer with festivals, being very open to inspiration and new paths and new impressions. And during this summer of 2016, I went to a festival in the north of Norway called Midnight Sun. It was a 1 week long music festival under the never-ending midnight sun. And a couple of friends of mine, they were facilitating the healing area of this place, the workshop area with meditation and yoga and body work and breath work and these sort of things. And they invited me to come and do something there. And I said, yeah, I can come, but what do you want me to do? And they just commented very easily, no, we don't care, we don't know, we just want you to bring your thing. And that was obviously meant as some sort of ad hoc small comment. But I took that comment as a very deep question, because what is my thing with this festival? because I've been to the same festival in 2014, and I was amazed that there was so many people that weren't exploring the area outside of the festival, because this is a beautiful place. It's great sandy beaches, craggy peaks with almost 360 degrees horizon to the ocean. So I set myself 2 goals. I want to try to get people to explore the area outside of the festival, and I want to try to get people to play together. So how do I do that? I dressed up as a pirate, and I came to the festival 1 week before, and I made 5 treasure chests, which I hid outside the festival area. I found beautiful places. I found a cave, found some peaks. Some of them were almost 2 hours away from the festival. And I also made 50 treasure maps. And I brought the big pirate flag, and during the first couple of days of the festival, I gave out these maps under one condition: that you, the receiver of the map, would use it. Didn't matter how you used it, but if you don't want to use it, I can probably give it to someone else that's more interested. And within these treasure chests, I've hidden trinkets, pleasurable objects, books, tasks, riddles, different stuff. And I also invited people to come find me, because I had the pirate flags that are very easily recognizable in the area. This was a festival with 2,000-3,000 people. And I remember drinking my morning coffee on day 3 or 4, and I saw one of the guys that I've given this treasure map to. He had gathered a band of adventurers, and I could see he was strolling up there in the hill, looking at the treasure map, pointing, and I was like, yeah, it's working. It's actually working. And after the festival, I had the pleasure and very surprise of talking to people that had also been to the festival, but that I hadn't met during the festival. On 3 different occasions, I was given first-hand impressions and experiences of their adventure with the treasure hunt that I had created, without them knowing that I was the one creating it. So that sort of kick-started the whole thing. So in the years after, I've been traveling to festivals, city arrangements, mostly getting a very free role, because it's hard to grasp what I'm actually doing, because I'm blending so many things. So I've created treasure hunts with my own character. It's sort of a clown, a magician that walks around, facilitating games and playfulness. And I also created a couple of interactive treasure hunts without my presence. So an audio play or a podcast with small episodes guiding families towards a peak, some sort of a modern but still old school way of geocaching, but without the coordinates. You have to listen to the audio and recognize the landmarks and so on, given tasks. So how do I create these sort of experiences? And I've chosen 3 words that I find very important. And the first one is improvisation. As I mentioned, I have no 4th wall when I step out there and meet people in my costume. It's very colorful and very easily recognizable. And I don't know who I'm going to meet. I don't know how old they are. I don't know how many they are. I don't know their interest. So I have to change my plan all the time. And I have to take into account everything that happens. So I can't prepare properly. And that's part of the magic that I enjoy doing this. The second word is invitation. I don't want to force the experience on people. I want to invite them to join me. And I very quickly learned that giving a treasure map to children, here's a treasure map, here's point X, go find the treasure, then all the children ran in different directions. They were not cooperating, they couldn't understand the map. Children doesn't understand maps. They think they're very, very exciting. They don't necessarily understand them. So instead of doing that, I started to make hindrances for myself. For example, at one point I had a job on a seafood restaurant in Oslo, on a small island, where there were a sailboat harbor. And the story that I made in front of this, before this, was that I was a pirate that had capsized outside of the island, and I had been washed ashore during the night, and I had hurt my back, and I've lost my cane, so I couldn't walk. I've lost my eye patch, so I couldn't talk. And I've lost my hat with my feather pen, so I couldn't even write. So I was there on the shore, just waiting for the children to arrive. And here he comes, one 8-year-old, together with his father. He had no idea that there was a pirate waiting for him just around the bend. And he saw me, he recognized me, and I didn't speak because I put that hindrance on myself. I couldn't speak. And I pointed to the hat that I couldn't get to, and he got me the hat, and I had a small book that I wrote to him. But since I was not speaking, he wasn't speaking either. And the father, he just left us. So we sat there for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, without exchanging a single word. He was just really perplexed, sitting next to me, wondering, am I real? What could he do? And then I proposed to him that maybe he could go check on the other side of the island, maybe he can find some more children, maybe he could help me. And as he was leaving, he went to a rose bush in the vicinity and plucked one rose, and he came back to me without one word, gave the rose to me. And then he ran away. I fetched some more children, they found a wagon, they helped me in the wagon, and they dragged me across the island. And then we found the eye patch, we found the cane, and then the story was in motion. But this experience of having this meeting, this encounter with this one kid, without exchanging a single word, really left a mark on what is possible if you go into an experience with the next word, and that is authenticity. I found during my years of teaching with children, it doesn't really matter what I do. But if I am engaged for real, and I make that accessible for the children, they will join me. So, Rasnov, what can I do? Because I will be the first to admit that a pirate is sort of a misplaced character in this fortress. And of course, I was as was mentioned earlier, that my first thought was a vampire. Oh, that's sort of a cliche. And then I heard of the medieval feeling, or that maybe a court jester could be something. But I couldn't find the proper costume, so I went with the pirate because that's what I know. And I have some difficulties here. Language is one of them. I can't tell stories in the same way with children that doesn't understand the same language as me. So I'm really curious to what's going to happen on Saturday when I venture out there. My first impression was when I heard of Rasnov was that this fortress should have some sort of character, some sort of mascot, some sort of coordinator, facilitator that's founded in some local folklore or some stories coming from the fortress. I don't know what that should be. So I brought my pirate character as a sort of an example of what could happen if you bring a fully participatory character into the mix of all this. I really wanted to show you what's in the chest. Can I? Then I have to use something. Some of you? Can I use some of you? Just the Okay. Yeah, you can stay there. You can just stay there. You can stand up. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Ole? Yeah. I want to use your imagination. Okay? I want you to imagine that I have 4 cards in my hand. It's actually quite easy because there's 4 cards there. Okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
There's the 4 queens. Can you imagine that?
4 queens.
4 queens. One of each type. Spades, clubs, diamonds, hearts. Okay? You have it in your mind? That's what I have. The 4 queens. One of each. Now, you're going to get a choice. Let's say that I remove 2 of the queens. Which one do you think I have removed? The black ones or the red ones? You choose.
Okay.
Yeah. Which one? Which one have I removed?
Which you have removed?
The red ones or the black ones?
You removed the black ones.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. That means I'm left with the 2 red ones here, right? Okay. Hearts and diamonds. Which one of them would you choose?
Hearts.
Hearts? You sure?
I'm sure.
You can change your mind.
No.
No? Hearts?
Hearts.
Hearts. Okay. Then I turn the queen of hearts so it faces upwards. And the other queens, I don't need them anymore. I blow them away. But what's very peculiar now, it's that of the 3 cards, there's only one that's turned face up, and that's the queen of hearts. Yeah. And I knew from beforehand that you would choose, so I took that from a different deck. And what did I do with the other queens, Ole?
Did you make them into...
No, what did I do? I disappeared them, I blew them away. So that means they got the cards. They're empty. Thank you. Time went by very fast when you stand up here. I'm really looking forward to the whole process of the next days. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Martin. That was pretty magical. Fantastic. That leads me on to the next people on stage. Please, come forward. Make yourself known. Bring your implements, tools, utensils. So here we have Ole, Janina, Halvor, and Frida, or whoever is going to be doing the talking, perfect, to talk about volunteer work. With a pretty epic picture to start. So take it away, the stage is yours.
Yes, to make it less messy, we're going to be 2 of us to introduce the work we've put into this presentation together. So this is Janina, and I am Frida. We are all reenactors in Norway. All of us fight, so that's what we normally do, or most of the time at least. But we all are also crafters, so we have a lot of experience traveling around and doing kind of different types of volunteer work in the dissemination of history. And we just wanted to share some thoughts. So what are volunteers? There are a few different types of volunteers. You have people like us. We do things like as a hobby, so fighting or doing crafts. And sometimes we are invited to come to markets, festivals, to do show fights, to do crafts, just to display them, or basically just to be there and do them, and then people can see if they want. But there are also the typical volunteers you might think about, the people who go to a festival to do the work so that the festival can run as it should, who might get a ticket to the festival as a reward. And the way the different types of volunteers work is important to think about in the beginning of the process. So the different types of volunteers have different motivations to be there. And the different motivations can inform the way you need to interact with them, right? If you understand the motives for them showing up in the first place, then you can use that to guide the way you work together to make the end product the way you want in a good way.
Yes, because there's one thing, getting people to sign up as volunteers, coaxing people into signing up for whatever project you're doing can be a challenge in itself. But then having gotten the volunteers to sign up is just step one. Ideally, you also want them to come the next day, even though it's raining. You want them to do an excellent job, even though they're tired. And you want them to talk nicely of the project so that if it's a year, if it's an annual thing, you want maybe them to bring their friends next time so that you also have a steady base of volunteers, especially if it's like a medieval festival or something like that. You really need people to do the job they signed up for and stick with it until the end and not back out on you. And then of course, here's where this comes in. You can either do that by chasing them and by force, or you can take the slightly gentler approach, spinning a thread and weaving them into the fabric of the project. And this is where we want to put our focus. We want to talk about how to weave the volunteers into the project so they can't leave, they're stuck.
They don't want to leave.
Yeah, exactly. Preferably that they don't want to read. They don't become the runny, whatever that is called in your...
the run in your stockings?
Yes, we don't want them to become the run in your stockings, and you don't want the stockings to run away. You actually want them to stick to the project until the end. Okay, one of the important things here we have found out is ownership. If they get a sense of participation and ownerships to whatever is happening, it's easier to get them to engage and to stick with what they've signed up for. Also, particularly in my personal experience, if you focus more on pride in the project rather than how much revenue there is, it's easier to get them to stick with the project and not run away, even though maybe it's raining and the audience numbers isn't what they should have been. Right, because I have some background from music festivals and things like that. If you see, we have music festival in Oslo, there was a blizzard, nobody came. But the people who did show up had a magnificent time. And being there as a volunteer, seeing, okay, this is gonna be red numbers, but at least we gave a kick-ass show, is so important for the motivation to maybe come back, help out another time. So yeah, personal experience, I recommend less focus on money if you can, more focus on pride and product. Yeah, you want people to be loyal and trustworthy. Another way of obtaining this is, at least in Norway, we're all about equality and equity and flat structure, whatever. It's easier to get people to do what you want them to do if you have a bottoms up line of command rather than a top-down one. If you have a dictator on top saying you do this, you do that, likely if it's raining that day, people won't really, if they show up, they're not going to do a kick-ass job. If they are a part of designing the product, part of getting their ideas heard, more likely they're going to stick with it. Also, if they don't get their voices, like if they don't get their ideas fulfilled, at least if they feel listened to, they will be more loyal. Is we thought, yeah. Let's see.
And with this, it's very important to be predictable. And the most important aspect of predictability, in my opinion, is good communication. Good communication from the get-go, all through the project, and maybe even afterwards. So, when you start getting volunteers, you need to be good at telling them what you want. What do you want the volunteers for? What can they expect to get in return? What can they expect to do? And then when you have the volunteers, when you have them motivated to show up, in the first place. Having clear task lists, having clear instructions for each task, and all the way through having good communication, not just what from top down, what is to be done, but also listening to them, having their feedback and integrating it. Not everything has to happen, but them having the opportunity to give the feedback and it being taken seriously is very important for this. And we've taken wish lists here. If you have a set of tasks and you give each volunteer the opportunity to make a wish list, I would like to do this, this, and this. Everybody will be okay, or most people will be okay with not getting their first choice task, but because they have the opportunity of sharing their thoughts, their wish, they will more likely be willing to continue doing the job if it's raining or if they have to clean a toilet. It's fine because they had a say. They were respected.
Yes, you need
more
less
photos of
books.
us, just for your enjoyment.
Because it was rainy.
This goes a bit further with this. Having good tools for feedback, so having clear lines of communication, having people they know they can go to, having idea boxes, having all of this infrastructure in place helps with that work. And also, when you've done the basics of finding out what needs to be done, who wants to do what, delegating responsibility and trusting people to do what they've said they want to do. Giving them the autonomy to do it without you micromanaging everything makes it all feel like they are part of it. They are actually a part of it, and they have part of the ownership, part of the pride, part of the saying how it's going to turn out in the end. And also, very important, key tasks should not be filled by one person. If they become sick, it's very bad. So having more people to do those really important tasks, and also if you have a volunteer coming back again and again saying, well, you're really good at this, you know this, you already have our respect and we know you can take the responsibility, how about you just do that? And how about you take this new volunteer and show them the ropes? And then integrating all of the things into this one sustainable way of getting volunteers, getting loyal volunteers, and also then helping you get new volunteers.
Yes, also this is, of course everyone knows this, but we felt it needed to be here as well. It's really can't be underestimated, the value of a get-together at the beginning of something. Just like last night, yes, it was very lovely to come after a long journey and meet people, and actually having talked to some of you so that it's not so scary to come back is very useful. Also, yeah, don't underestimate the value of free food. People will go to great lengths if there is dinner involved. Just felt like that needed to be mentioned. Also, I know we're probably running short on time. A slightly more serious note is the health and safety that you also need to consider when doing things with volunteers, because people aren't there as their profession, they are there as volunteers. Maybe some of them know what they're doing, but also maybe you're putting people in positions they haven't been in before. So it's important to give them the proper training. Don't just give the guy a shovel, but actually tell him how to use it. And making sure that they know what the end product should look like. It's easier for me as an insecure person to go do a task and finish a task if I can visualize what the task looks like when it's done safely. So that you don't have people falling down from places, or yes. Also, it's very important we have some experience with not just thinking about physical health, not just thinking about not getting zapped by electricity or falling down from high places, but actually also thinking of emotional safety. So we are in the process in Norway within the reenactment community to establish safety representatives or safety deputies. In Norwegian we would use the word verneombud, to make sure that we create a safe and inclusive environment for everyone involved. Everyone participating, not just volunteers, but also, you know, everyone else should also feel like they are included, they're respected. Everyone deserves to have a good time there, not just the bosses or the audience or whoever. Everyone should feel valued. It's important to have a code of conduct, so that everyone is clear on what the rules of the playground are. It should also come with a set of clear, what's it called? Consequences for what happens if you don't adhere to this. If you don't respect the code of conduct, you might get thrown out of the market, for example. Things like that, just so that everyone coming in also can feel safe that there will be consequences for a person who steps over the line somehow. Of course, it's easy to think all people are nice people, we don't need this, but actually it's turned out to be quite important. Also, it's important that the person who's chosen in that role is not too close to management, and that maybe you also have more than one, so that if I have a problem with her and she's best buddies with the safety representative, that creates a real problem, right? So it's better if I have another person I also can go to, so that the roles don't get too mixed. It's also really important to have that type of person, and everyone knows who that is, so that they can come to a person in the function of safety deputy or safety representative saying, I'm sorry, we've had some complaints, can we have a talk about this? So it's not me personally going, I heard, because that's more gossip, right? But if I come as in the function of a safety deputy, it's easier to sort it out with less drama. Right, and it's very, very important that everyone knows about this in advance, so that you have clear communication lines and things like that.
You know where you can go when it's needed. Hopefully it's never needed, but you definitely want it there when it is.
Yes. It's a little like, maybe putting a safety deputy there is a little like the Norwegian natteravnene. They were there when it didn't happen. It maybe doesn't happen because
they were there.
They were there. All right.
So, even though that's a pretty tough subject, and we should probably have spoken even longer about it because it's so important, if you get all of these right, if you can get ownership, everybody to feel ownership to the project, if you have a bottom-up grassroots structure rather than a dictator up top, if you can get people to show responsibility, if you can show predictability towards the volunteers and the volunteers towards you, unity, and all in whole positive thing, you can create amazing things. You can achieve amazing things. And our last object is this. This is a prize for a Viking market in Norway. We, as a group, with some of our other friends, won this for best camp. We did crafting, splitting wood, but because there was clear communication, there was a clear motivation, we were doing it because we wanted to. All of that together made it so good that we could win a prize, and I feel like if everybody working with volunteers do the same thing, they will win a prize. It might not be this, but it might be just a really, really good product with very happy people.
And volunteers are risky, but a fantastic resource if it works.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That leads me to the last speakers of this block. Henrik and Sophia, can you please come forward? I'll set up the stage for you, and you can finish us up before we go into the break.
agree about talking about this very boring subject? All right. I think that we have kind of a history. We've been doing this for more than 20 years, and I think that there is a point in telling how we got here. So I would start with a short introduction of me, and then you continue with you. I started out as a reenactor in 1998, first time. I'm an educated archaeologist, and I had an opportunity to, after working 10 years at excavation sites, have the possibility to work in a museum with reenactment stuff, actually. The History Museum of Stockholm wanted to make a website for LARPers, actually. And they wanted somebody who could be a researcher, so I started there. I rather soon became the project manager for the site, and as nobody knew anything about the web at that point in the museum, I also learned over time to work with the digital stuff. So that's one of the kind of branches that went out from this. After this, I worked with the Medieval Museum, and then I was employed at the Swedish National Heritage Board as some kind of digitization strategist. I'm now in the European Commission expert group for digitization of cultural heritage. I know everything about that. But that's not what we're supposed to talk about here. Another direction it took when we started working with reenactment and real stuff was archaeological leather. We are working a lot with when they find something in the soil in Sweden, they call us and what is this? What can you say about this? And we're kind of the only ones who can answer, it seems, still. So now we have more than 100 kilos of leather in our home, ready to be documented, interpreted, and maybe reconstructed.
I'm also a reenactor as Henrik since 25 years or something like that, but I'm also a historical shoemaker, and for me it started with the craft, just making shoes for myself and my family, and then friends, and then other people, and it grew and became more and more theoretical, and together with Henrik, who is less of a craftsperson, more an archaeologist, and I'm the craftsperson, we've become kind of leather experts together. And nowadays
I'm actually really good too at making gloves and stuff. Just need to say that.
Nowadays we more focus on the theoretical part of it, and also teaching shoemaking. So I don't make as many shoes myself today as I did before. Now it's more working towards museums, making a book, analyzing leather, stuff like that. But we also have a podcast together in Swedish, so some of the Nordic people have probably heard it, but maybe not the others. And that's maybe my area of expertise here, as a podcaster about reenactment and living history and recreating history, stuff like that.
Yeah, and the reason, I think that while working with the podcast, we have met several groups, and we are also in 2 different periods of reenactment. So we have kind of several angles on how groups work in relation to a location or a site or somebody who wants to engage a group of reenactors. So that's kind of where we are heading with this. Maybe the next slide. Yeah. Good. So when you're a museum or you're a location who wants to say something, you want to tell something, what you really need is making visitor experience here. The thing is that if you want to engage people who come from a reenactor group, you need to talk not only, we need to understand not only the visitor, I mean the paying visitor experience, you also need to understand the reenactor experience of that, the reenactor group. Why are they coming there? And how can you achieve the best quality of that experience too? And if you can take the next one and reach. see it, there are kind of three options when you're trying to make an experience, a visitor experience. You can use a guide who walks around the site and tell them, or the museum and the exhibitions. You can use kind of displays. I mean, this is or signs or folders or something that people can read, or they can use their mobile phones. This has been very, very popular last decades. Everything is moving inside, your mobile, and it's been very easy for museums to get money to do that kind of experience for the visitor. I think that as opposed to what many people believe, this actually creates a higher value of the real stuff. I mean, real objects. It's not that people won't go to the site when they can find it on the internet. Instead, they want to go to the museum to see the real object when they can see it on the internet. And when they get to a site where they can find a real actor, like in the upper right corner, I think that's the added value as opposed to when you have everything in your mobile. I can't come up with one single. Actually, I worked with this kind of mobile guides and digital guides for several years, and they're good. Some people really like it, but also they can actually be at home doing that. They don't need to be on site. So what to do on site is it's more interesting if you want to add value for the physical visit. So. Every location has a unique selling point, probably. I think that when it comes to working with both reenactor groups and visitors, you need to know your unique selling point. Why do people go to Rasnov and not to, what's it called? The other castle, Grand Castle, on the other side here? I think there is a reason. Or to, if you have a reenactor group, why would people go to Rasnov instead of going to Haupt Königsborg, recreated? We would show pictures later, recreated in the 19th century to become kind of fancy, romantic medieval castle. This, what I would call a market triangle, is really known to people who are talking a lot about economics, and you can only be on one of these axes. You can't be very cheap and still be the best, probably. And if you're really unique, you will have a selling option. But then, if you're really unique, you can't have the lowest price. So you need to be somewhere here. And the point that I would like to make now is that if you're working with reenactors, now I'm doing this, working then we would like to be on the bottom half here. Because as soon as you engage all those guys who are selling stuff, I mean plastic stuff, and so all the good reenactors and the groups will disappear. They don't want to be in the same, environment as those guys. So you need to focus on what is really good here, and what is really good with the place that you are providing for the reenactment groups. I think it's Sophia.
I think we're running a bit out of time.
Oh.
I was going to say a few words about this podcast, Återskapat. We started it as a project almost like preserving knowledge that already was in the reenactment community that we knew of, because there were so many people that knew so much. So we started interviewing people we knew, and then it grew and grew, and more and more people were attracted to the podcast because some person that they knew about had been in the podcast, and the status augmented. And the interesting thing is that we had a kind of wide interest of history and historical reenactment in a really wide sense, and we have had guests that are academics and craftspeople and storytellers and everything, And we see that when they get this common ground, like the podcast has been, they kind of start feeling related to each other. So someone who was purely academic can discover the reenactors, and the reenactors can discover a storyteller, and kind of feel a community between each other. There are a lot of common points between different groups that are widely interested in recreating history. So this takes us to the community building, and this actually touches to the people before, talking about the volunteers. What attracts a reenactor to a place? Our experience when we talk to people and when we are out reenacting is that people are really not interested in money. They are interested in maybe getting the travel to the place, but other than that, they come for the enrichment in other parts, not money enrichment. They want to learn, they want to be in a unique environment, they want to see something that you cannot see as a tourist. They want to come behind the scenes or open the otherwise closed door or sleep in the castle. That's what reenactors want. They want to meet interesting people, meet friends, feel part of a community, but also make new contacts, and also share knowledge and be part of a tradition. After a while, we were talking about, I don't know if it's the next slide, maybe, I don't know.
You can stay here. This is actually taken at the Königsborg Castle, and don't tell the company St. George. This is the picture of the group, the company St. George, a high-end, late 15th century reenactment group. Don't tell them I use this picture. I do it all the time. Actually, they want to give the, permission for me to use it. So, please, that's it.
Yeah, but the thing is that successful cooperations between a place and a community, need to hurry, it always starts small and builds bigger over time. So you really need to be prepared to run a marathon. If you want something to be successful and big and continuing, you have to give it time, because part of it is this tradition aspect, that people have memories of the last time. I remember when I fell in love in this place, or I remember that night where someone got really drunk and puked on the side of the castle. The story building and everything, and that takes time, so you cannot make the perfect event in 1 year. You need to maybe think in 20 years, and that will be successful, can be successful. What haven't we said?
Which also means that people who are financing this stuff need to understand that a small event with high quality people can grow, but it will take time. They cannot it's very hard to evaluate it in just 3 years. It won't make sense.
But for the last 2 minutes, maybe we should talk about this other triangle, the triangle of historical experience. And there we have the visitors, the reenactors, and the location managers. Everyone wants to get something out of it. Sometimes, in some settings, this line of visitors and reenactors can be blurred. Sometimes the paying visitors are the one participant. But
like in Visby Medieval Week.
Visby is quite a lot of paying visitors that also are part of the experience. But sometimes in other places, maybe the reenactors are during daytime there for the visitors, and what the reenactors get in the evening is their own experience with the place, the location, and the friends.
And there may be a point in actually trying to help them with that. How Königsborg that we showed, they actually turned up the lights. Normally they have lanterns on the castle all night, but they turned them down so that the reenactors could have a real experience of the castle in the nighttime.
Yes. Jag vet inte om vi ska avsluta kanske. Maybe that's enough for now. What? A minute?
Yeah, but then I have possibility to say. I can say something about our strange object here. This is a shoe. Sophia made this shoe. It's been used one time by our daughter at an event. But the point is that it took actually a reenactor in order to understand that. See if I can get this out. This is actually a real shoe. What's reality? Because when you find this stuff at an excavation, it looks like this. It's And the archaeologists, they were going to throw this away. They didn't know what to say about it. But when we came there, we could tell them, this is that, and that is that, meaning that this is between, let's say, 1250 and 1300.
And this is connected to what was said before about the marks in the timber and things like that, that when you do the craft, you can read the material. It's harder for someone who hasn't made it to see what that actually tells you.
And some of these kinds of reconstructions are really, what do you say, they are much more easy to understand. But it's not until you actually show it to them that they understand it. You can talk about this, you can show this, but the connection is the important part. Thank you.
Alright, so that's again 4 talks done, and that means that we've come to another time for a snack and a break, so I hope the lunch has settled down again and we can get back to snacking. Thank you very, very much. That was absolutely inspiring in a lot of different ways. We have a little bit of time for questions. Are there any questions for the speakers right now? Otherwise, I have a question that I'm burning to ask Martin. Martin, I was very fascinated by it. I won't ask you how you did the magic trick. I'm sure that that is something you keep close to your heart. But you're talking about how to engage with children, and you had a wonderful anecdote about that. Do you feel there's a difference when you're engaging adult audiences versus when you're talking to children? Or are there any similarities? Would you comment on that?
In general, children are more open to play. That's just the way it is. And I've tried on a couple of occasions to facilitate similar games for adults, but it very much depends on the environment and how the expectations are laid out for them before they arrive. Because many times, as I spoke about this invitation, because I don't want to force the experience onto someone that doesn't necessarily want that experience. But I want to open the door and say, you can come in if you want to. There's lots to explore, but it takes more to engage adults in that kind of way. I would love to, and I try to explore that and find out how is it possible to actually get more adults to play, because I think that's a very important ingredient. It's harder.
I can imagine, and I think one person that maybe has spoken today that found one way to crack that nut is Mark. You had a very fascinating take on gamification and learning through doing and play. The playing Homo sapiens, I love it. Yeah. Do you have a very concrete example of how you took like a historical lesson or an educational goal and you gamified it into something approachable? Making something very abstract into something.
Just give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah, it's. I have an example of. There were some pictures of a pop-up escape room we did in the National Museum of Antiquities in the Netherlands, in Leiden, and I remember a group coming in on Sunday morning. You know, a bit hungover students. They read about. They have an escape room in the museum now. Let's go and play it. And they came in the morning and they played the escape room and they had a lot of fun. And we had arranged with the museum, if you play the escape room, you get to go into the museum for free as part of the experience. And so they were like, oh really? Oh well, why not? Yeah. And they played it, between 11 and 12, and I saw them leave just before closing. They spent all day in the museum, and they wouldn't have done that otherwise. So just, offer them an experience that they will enjoy, and then give them something extra to take home, to a lesson, or it's in game design. What maybe going a little bit more abstract. We talk about, especially with children, don't give them chocolate-covered broccoli.
No.
Which means that don't offer them a game and then, oh no, secretly it's a lesson. Yeah. They don't want that. They don't want education. They want a game. So get them to play the game, but integrate it into it. And with adults, it works exactly the same. They are just big children. Really. You just need to activate. One more example. From the same escape room, I had grandparents coming in with their grandchildren, and Grandpa took me aside and was like, "I'm just here to, for the kids. I'm not going to join in a play or anything." And then 10 minutes later, they were in the room, and Grandpa was crawling around on his hands and knees, looking for clues, joining in the game because it's fun. And the moment, it's also something that from the second to last talk with the different type of visitor experiences. There are more options that don't involve people. People get awkward around other people. So there's more options than just having someone, a storyteller, reenactor, someone who's very good at their job, but people get awkward. Just give them the opportunity to wander and to be amazed.
Fantastic.
So,
yeah.
And I just want to comment on that note. I wanted also to end my little speech with a very good advice that my father gave me, and that was never lose your sense of wonder. And that when creating experiences, you have to have that sense of wonder while facilitating, and also trying to induce that sense, that feeling into the participants. It's very, very important, crucial for making memorable.
One last point.
Yeah.
That we will talk about is that I did a course in game design and ludodidactics, and one of the lessons I took away from it: design yourself out of the experience. They should be able to enjoy it without you being a part of it.
Yeah. All right, you guys are gonna have to come to me because I want to write all these things down and put them in a document for prosperity. Let's do one more question. Someone has a question for any of the talks before we move on? Shoot.
I just want to know the list. How many have listened to your podcast?
I have 2,000 downloads per episode.
And you have how many episodes?
99 recorded now, 98 published.
That's a lot.
But they always grow over time because it's not, since it's not actualities, someone can find an episode 3 years later and it's still interesting. So all the older episodes just grow and grow in numbers. So it's a slow rise.
Very cool. I have one more question from the front. Rickard, would you like to ask something?
No, it was not a question, but just a small practical thing. We would love to give you like a small gift after finishing a talk. We have these T-shirts, but it's like a hassle to figure out like the size for everyone, and it would take a lot of time. But I know some of you got them. But make sure that you find yourself a T-shirt in the right size in the next room before you leave today, as a small gratification. Thank you.
Okay, that being said, get some coffee, get a T-shirt, and thank you very much again. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. In 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a good snack and a good break, but this train has no break, so we're gonna go on with the next series of talks. And first to open us up here is Vicky, who is going to talk about a pretty special place, and I can't wait to hear all about it. Vicky, take it away. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, it's been a very exciting day, and I hope what I am to show you, I will show you a lot of pictures, that they might give you ideas, or that you might nod a bit, hopefully not shake your head very much. But first, just let me present me briefly. My name is Vicky Michaelsen. I am currently working as a project manager at the Midgard Viking Center in Borre in Vestfold in Norway. It's an hour south from Oslo, and it's in the area where they have found all the big Viking ships of Norway, the Gokstad ship, the Osenberg ship, all that. Previous to that, I was a World Heritage Coordinator for an industrial site in Notodden, Ruka Notodden Industrial Heritage Site. And there I was working with a lot of restoration projects for industrial buildings. But it's still a lot of the same questions going on, whether it's modern history or it's Viking history. And at the same time as I was doing that, I've been with the festival Midgardsblot from 2015, since the festival started. And my job in Midgardsblot was basically to be a, in Norwegian we say fagsjef. It was how do we disseminate Viking history within the festival? It is taking place at a Viking heritage site, but how can we make history integrate more into the festival? So now that I started working at the museum, I had to step out of the festival, so it's a bit weird, but it's also very interesting, because from the festival you see things from one side, and the museum you see it from the other side. And before that I was a teacher, I've been working at other museums, so I've kind of trying to bring it all together in this presentation. I am bringing with me a lot of different objects that I will show to you as I go. The first one, that can start this whole thing off, is a very tiny little, it's like a smiling animal head. And it was found in a ship mound just outside of where I have my office at the Midgard Viking Center. And it was part of riding equipment in a ship grave. And we're going to talk a lot more about this little thing here later on. So, here you can see Gildehallen, the Viking Age feast hall that we have built up. And I will get back to that, but that's of course a creation of the past. It's not how it would have looked, but it's an interpretation, it's a possibility based on the archaeological evidence of the site. And here we have the Midgard Viking Center, open up in year 2000. So the next to it we have the Borre grave mounds, which are absolutely beautiful. 50 graves, 9 of them are monumental, huge mounds, a bit like Uppsala. And then next to it we have the Viking Age a visitor center, where we have a very small exhibition. We don't own any artifacts ourselves. They belong to the University Cultural History Museum in Oslo. So we borrow them, and our exhibition is very small, but it shows, among others, the grave goods of the ship grave, where this is one of the findings. And then when we go further away from the grave mounds, we have the Gildehall. And I will explain more how this all hangs together. So yeah, here you can see this little one in a bigger size. And I think I will get back to how this can all relate to maybe authenticity and how we can make stories from what we have. When I was asked to, when we were all asked to do this talk, we were to pick between different possibilities: sustainable management, dissemination, tourism heritage management, sustainable income, best practice. And I wrote a very long reply to that. It was very difficult for me to choose one, so I'm going to dip into a lot of them as we go. But the interesting thing, first, of course, is about Gildehallen. It's an interpretation of the past. We have the archaeology, we have the post holes. If there are big post holes, there might have been could have been a tall house, because with bigger post holes you have sturdier poles that can hold more weight. We look to the Oseberg finds, we look to other types of artifacts, and then eventually you created some that could have been there. But it's not, as we have talked about, the reality. It's a version, it's an image that might have been of the past. And the difference between Borre and Rasnov is that here we have an actual building. It's still standing. There we have created the building. What we have are the mounds. They are still there, and they are a piece of architecture in themselves. So we can use that. But then we use this to kind of add an interpretive layer to the mounds. As you can see on this picture before, there's also added a little tower in front there and palisades around it. And then there's a little house between the Gildehall and the tower. And that's a house that has a kitchen where Kari is working. He's giving a presentation later. And also we have showers and we have toilets. So when we are throwing big events like festivals, we can have backstage and showers and facilities. And then on this very end here, we have a small, cute little house that gives us endless opportunities for electricity, so to power everything. And it's also a question about how do you use all this? And this is an example of how we have invited an artist, for instance, to create art from their surroundings and be inspired in the future, no, in the now. And we have events like Viking festivals and markets. A lot of you are very familiar with those. We have fighter tournaments. And they're always a lot of fun, whether it's at the Viking Festival of the museum, or if it's at the Viking market of the local volunteer organization Borre Vikinglag, or if it is Midgardsblod Metal Festival. They're always there to make some fun. And we were asked to be a bit fun in our presentation, and it was very late, so I'm sorry, but does Shania Twain? Kari does. A lot of here does. And this is another element to in the event to include do something practical. You've all mentioned it. And this is something we did this year at Midgardsblod, where people could buy tickets to do basket making and making twine from sting nettle. And it was enormously popular. And of course we have food events, and we have them inside the Gildehall. Feels more authentic. You can talk about the food and all the stories connected to that. And of course it's also about the interior of the house. Before I came here, I spent some time with some from Romania in Bucharest, and they drove me here, and we asked them, so do you have a relationship with Rasnov Castle? Yes, we do. We've been there many times. So we're just waiting for it to open. So what did you like especially with Rasnov when it was open? It had furniture. So, and they said the rest of the place doesn't have, a lot of the other castles in Romania, they said, it doesn't really have any furniture. But there was furniture here. But still we read now that the situation now that the refurbishing is taking place outside, and there's no money for doing things inside. In Norway, we are lucky. We had some budgets, and every year we have some new budgets that we can order a new chair or reconstruct some sort of archaeological find. And our Gildehall has lots of furniture. Some of them are historical, and we can use them in our dissemination, and others are not. They're just practical to sit on while you eat your dinner. But one thing that Oseberg Viking Heritage, it's a volunteer organization building ships, making textiles, they're doing lots. It's very unique in Vestfold County that, and Telemark, that they have organized all the volunteers into one organization, and I think there are 1,300, 1,400 volunteers organized there, so it's quite a lot. But at the ships, to finance the ships, for instance, they invite business people to, well, you can buy an oar, and then you get your plaque on the oar, or you can buy one of the seats at the ship, and you get your name on it. And that could be a way to finance, for instance, furniture. Crafts and education, lots of school projects that we have at Midgard Viking Center. And then again, it's always the question of, do you hire people who are professional smiths to come, or do you ask volunteers to join in who have learned the crafts in their free time? And it's often a combination of both. And I used to work at Lofoter ages ago, and one big difference between Lofoter and Borre is that Lofoter has a lot more people buying tickets and a lot more audience than we do. And of course, or I presume, more income. And you can also hire more staff. We don't have the same means to hire a lot of craftspeople to stay there all through the summer, but we certainly need it to actually invite someone to us and saying, please enter the Viking Age, and you come there and it's not a lot happening. So we are trying to do something about it with the means that we have, but it's not so easy. Then it is the Midgårdsbot Metal Festival. And it has a very special place in my heart, of course, since I have been part of it since the very, very beginning. And I think it was especially interesting when we talked about the 5 E's of experience design. Are we there already? Yeah. So I'm just gonna talk about that and then play a video for you. Because experience design is something the festival has worked on since the beginning. When you enter the festival, the first year nobody had any expectations, so that's the first E. Nobody had any expectations, you had to explain everything. We did hard marketing to make that happen. Only 500 people showed up the first year. The second E was entry, and we worked on that. How can we make the people welcome? So we are doing 2 things. One is that we put up a sign that said welcome home. And when you are entering a Viking thing, you might think that, oh, I need to be very blonde and blue-eyed to feel welcome. But the message was that everybody should be welcome. And the idea I got from taking of flying to Iceland, to Reykjavik, and when you land with Iceland there, they say, "Velkomin heim." And I remembered that, and I thought, oh, we need to do that. And it works. Everybody is very emotional. The third one is engagement. And we do it as people come, that the festival opens with a ritual. We are organizing a sort of blot. It's a big sacrifice where we gather around. And you don't have to look at it as a pagan thing. You can look at it as theater. You can look at it as fun. Some take it very spiritually, so it's a very open experience. So we are sure to keep it open. And then we end the festival with a Ragnarok ceremony. So we gather everyone with torches. We go out from the festival area. Good way to empty the festival area quickly. And then we go down to the mounds with the torches, and we drum and we sing. And it's kind of Ragnarok. A year has, the circle is over. Festival is ending. Come back next year. And then we have the exit. We of course have the welcome back banner, and then we have the Ragnarok ceremony. And then we have the extension that all festivals have, for instance, with early birds. But we also have a very strong community online where they keep in touch all through the year. I could talk about this forever, but I'm out of time, so I will use 1 minute extra, I'm afraid. Can we drop and drag, or how do we do this? So just to give you an idea of the vibe of the festival, that is a cooperation between the Midgård Center and the festival. I will show you this video. Could we turn off the lights?
Oi.
Yeah. I should have told you so much more. I'm a bad manager of time, obviously. I brought the different objects here to show you how we have made, the festival is making merch. We call it merch, you know, and then we have used the actual symbol on all the hoodies and everything, and people love it. And then the festival has, the museum has done something. One is made with a logo. It's cool, but it's not that exciting as using the real thing. And then we did another where we dived into a more of like a Viking imagery that is cooler than just the logo, and that is more popular. So it's something about, we talked about the emotions, right? So when you activate the emotions, people they become emotional, and they are more willing to spend time and money and, you know, to be there and spend with you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So that means that after this presentation and the video and the music, we are going to go on to the next talk, and that is going to be by Anna. Hi. Anna, where are you?
Hi.
Hello, Anna. Please come forward. We'll set everything up for you, and the stage is yours.
Yes, my name is Anne Haga, and I'm the managing director of Visit Innherred, a tourist destination company or management company. I will try to explain how our everyday life is in this presentation, and I hope to give you some ideas on how you can be working further on with the destination of Rasnov and the castle and its surroundings. But I look at myself as a Trønder enthusiast and like to welcome you to Trøndelag. And then, of course, I'm an eager ambassador from Innherred. That's our main destination and what I'm going to dig into when I'm doing my presentation. But also first, I want to give you a film from Trøndelag. So, Nick, can you help me with the technique if I doesn't make it work? And please turn off the lights. Okay, then you got a glimpse from our region in Trøndelag, central part of Norway. have our forums where we talk about marketing strategies with Trøndelag, Reiseliv and the other destinations. And we also work together closely with an organization called Oi Trøndersk Mat og Drikke, and directly translated, it's food and drink. So Trøndelag is a very strong region regarding local food production in very good coexisting with a strong Norwegian history, as you already know from the telling from Stiklestad National Cultural Center here. But these pictures show the people we are working with, the politicians and our colleagues in Visit Norway and Trøndelag Reiseliv and the other destinations. Because Trøndelag and Innherred, and with the biggest city in the region, Trondheim, has to do projects together, and we don't or can't see each other as competitors, because then we don't succeed at all. We need to be a force together with Trondheim in our markets. And we should bring one thing today, and you have all brought very, very exciting products or things. I have our brochure from Innherred. Everybody can have one if they like afterwards. But then I also have a set of cards. And these are personalized tourists that we in Trøndelag are working together to capture to our destinations. So they give us practical descriptions on what these type of customers expect when they arrive at a destination, what interests they have, what motivations they have, and what we should not do if we like to bring them to our destination. So these cards, I think, Rasnov should develop for yourself as a part of the process further on. And we will gladly share the process with you. I'm also not a time manager, so I just quickly go further on, but these pictures are from talks with our customers that are in business with us. And Visit Innherred, it's a lot of ladies working in tourism, and that's also why I find the tourism development important in rural areas, because you saw the other industries in our region is as well. Is a lot about industry, it's a lot about agriculture, and there we also find many men working. So we need working places in tourism, and perhaps it's the same here. Now I'm going to focus on what we are actually doing. Visit Innherred is a company working with marketing, and we have an agreement with our companies like hotels, restaurants, activities to do a collaboration with marketing and projects development. And we also have another company called Explorative that do booking and sales, but that's something we like to develop more in the future, so it's just started. But it's a part of the package we do. I mentioned that Trøndelag last year was the European region of gastronomy, and I'm really proud that we have come that far and got this title, and we will keep it the next 4 years, and it's because we have worked so strongly together with one strategy about developing local food and combine the local food with the tourism destinations and hotels and restaurants and other activities. And this is a glimpse from Stiklestad, the play Per Steinar and Kai talked about. And then it's also some pictures from our region, a lot about nature, and we have 3 not very big cities, but it's cities with approximately 20,000 inhabitants. So it's Steinkjer and Levanger and Verdal. And these different communities and municipalities have their different strategies that we have to keep together in Visit Innherred and work for the togetherness in the region. And that's also important to remember, I think, when Rasnov is going to develop the castle as a tourist destination. You will find a lot of question marks regarding development and how to make economic development suitable for every partner in the project. And then you have to think that working together with the challenges is better than just doing it alone. And the municipality has to reconsider or consider how to help the companies surrounding the castle. I think that's it's very important. We have some really strong organizations in the region with Stiklestad National Culture Center, Sami and Sitje. It's a Sami culture center. They have a very strong own tradition and history that has not been so much used in tourism in Trøndelag. For us Norwegians, most of them think about northern Norway when we talk about the Sami culture, but they don't know that it is also in Snåsa, in Trøndelag, and in Røros. So, and we discover when we are doing marketing in a perhaps sometimes too fast way regarding tourism, we simplify too much. You have discussed this a lot, I have heard, and it's really a challenging thing that we simplify too much and don't get into the storytelling and the history we are going to present for a tourist. So this is also really a really strong learning process for us in a destination company, and I think that's also something we all can learn about. This is Falstad. It's a human rights center, also with a very tragic history regarding the Second World War, but they use this, as many have shown also before, digitalization to educate and present the whole camp with the buildings that now are not in the area, but they have managed to digitalize it and show it for the audience and the school who visit. To make an area attractive for different kinds of tourists, it's also important with unique accommodation. A bed is not only a bed, it can be an experience. And what can perhaps Rasnov Castle develop regarding accommodation that keeps the uniqueness and then also make it exciting to come. The Golden Road is an example about how collaboration for 25 years have been a success. They started with 10 companies and now are 25 different companies working together, only about marketing. They are very different, focusing on art and local food, but they have kept the collaboration for 25 years and are a sustainable tourism destination. And now they are working on hostmanship together with youth and the local historical society volunteer work. They include the youth also in the making of a cafe, and it's all about telling the history of your own and your local history. So with that, be proud of the history and work together to develop some products for customers, and you will succeed. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, which leads me to the next topic, a tasty talk, I think. Kari, are you ready together? Yes? Fantastic. The stage is all yours. Please. Sorry? Yeah. Empolon. There we go. Take it away.
So, as you didn't, I will start with presenting ourselves. Really, you should really keep this a bit higher. But I work at Midgard Viking Center together with Vicky. But I have also been doing a lot of stuff for other museums, other festivals, done a lot of various cooking stunts, and that's kind of how I met Paloma. At one of the very first hands-on history, if not the first hands-on history event, the Viking Way, somewhere in the bushes in Ande's region, I think. I think that's 8 years ago. And we've been chatting food and sharing experiences all the while since then, because obviously we operate in quite different circumstances. She can get a lot of stuff in Slovenia I can't get if I want to do any type of historical recreation of food. Where she comes from, they actually had real Romans. Yeah. So when I recreate Roman age food, yeah. But that's not the topic here. We've been doing food demonstrations, workshops, courses, all sorts of things. One of the things that we have found is that food is actually, well, food is very obvious. Everyone eats. Either that or they drink. At least you have to ingest something or you will die. But on the face of it, food is very simple. Food is very, because everyone eats. But everyone does not eat the same things. Food is a lot about culture, where you come from, your roots, blah blah, and so on. And I'm not really going to talk too much about that. But the idea is that this is just a taster. Come bug us afterwards. You should particularly bug Paloma. She has something fantastic to show you. And also we have problems in recreating because we can't get the food that they have back then. Like our chickens are massive. I can't necessarily get the right kind of vegetables because they have been altered. We don't need to boil cabbage for hours on end anymore, and so on. But what I want to focus on is some of the outcomes of using food as a way to disseminate the past. There's actually a lot of outcomes. I'll only be touching on a few of them. And some of them can be reconnecting with your childhood. Like you can have someone present to you food that you have forgotten, that your grandparents used to make, that's regional, and so on. It can also revive lost traditions. In some places, these things have been forgotten, so you can kind of get people back on track. And of course, also you can use it to give people new experiences, broaden their horizon, but also dispelling cultural misconceptions. Inspired by Martin, I will need 4 volunteers, and also inspired by you guys. So you two, you're perfect volunteers. I'm Oscar and Riku, perfect for this job. We are now going to get a cultural experience.
I have 15 years with Kari and food. I'm not.
I've made you something I don't know. So. Paloma is an innocent bystander. Yeah. She does not know what this is.
We don't have this in Slovenia.
This is something which has roots all the way back to the Stone Age, actually. Some of it at least. So now you will ingest it and we will see what happens. And And just to inform you, they've been given flatbread, traditional, very acidic and salty Norwegian butter, and pultost.
Pultost?
Yeah.
Pultost. Okay.
And here we go with dispelling cultural misconceptions. Because pultost in Norwegian, ost is cheese. Pult can be like a desk, but it can also be fucked. So, how do you feel then?
That's good.
So we grew up with this idea that this was fucked cheese, and of course no one wanted to eat it. So now it has become a heritage, a rarity. But eaten with butter, it actually is very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Salty.
Yeah.
I have a great joke on that, but I'm not going to tell it because.
But I have some news for you.
What?
And we should have a date here, but I don't think we do.
Nope.
No dates. Because the word pult is Danish and it means little pieces, and this cheese gets kneaded into little bits and pieces. So it's not fucked at all. So you have no reason to go and die. But you may say you may say so. No, not you two. You two.
Yeah.
You're not dismissed.
We survived.
Because this leads us to the reviving lost traditions. Because pultost was widely used in Sweden as well, but they've lost the tradition. It's gone. It's mentioned in books from the 1950s, and then it was something just old people did. So what did you think?
Yeah, great.
Can you use it to dispel demons, you think?
I think more likely they will come.
This is also known as the cheese that will part your hair. So you're dismissed.
Can I?
You come from a place where there is no tradition for using sour milk to make cheese, as far as I know. So you have now had your vision, your knowledge, so expanded. You've had that totally new cultural experience.
Oh.
How does that feel?
Great.
And I can't keep track of time either, so I hope Lana will bat me over the head if necessary. Yeah, but I will need, if you can tell me before it's just 2 minutes left. So yeah, that was the volunteers. There are other outcomes as well that I would like to focus on. Because obviously you can use food to connect people with the past. You can give them all sorts of food experiences. You can have like team-based dinners. You can make them more or less authentic. You can have an immersive experience where people have to do the cooking themselves, and then they can actually get to eat it. You don't necessarily have to make something nice. That is one of the misconceptions, I think, with recreating food, is that it should end up in a nice feast. It shouldn't always end up in a nice feast, because then you're not experimenting and testing things out. And then you can't go wrong. And that's one of the big pressures with making historical food, because people expect you to actually cook something like it. But in a more sustainable way, this is, you can say this around maybe. You know what this is. I'll just, maybe I can give you a flavor. Okay, it doesn't want to let go. This is a cheese slicer. We tend to think this is very old, but it's actually quite new, and the cheese on it isn't a cheese, and it's also quite new. But it's, yeah.
It's the only thing I always bring with me when I work abroad. I always have one brunost.
And also I try the slice thing if you have it already. But the point with this is that in Central and Northern Scandinavia, we are one of the few places that has systematically been using the whey when you make cheese, because then you separate the milk protein from the milk sugars and the waters that are in the milk. And in other places, they feed it to the pig and the calves. What? It's a food. It has been so important for survival. Thank you. 5 minutes left. And I think that's one of the things that maybe we can point producers, local producers, into experimenting, twisting, playing with old traditions, maybe using past techniques to make new things, or revive old food traditions that actually work. You can try and stay away from the things that people actually want to eat today.
Yeah, if I may, that was a part of a project in Slovenia, which was actually an interreg with Austria and I think Hungary and some other countries. And we did, it's called Paleo Diversa Styria. And actually, they collected all the data from all archaeological sites from Styria region. So we recreated menus from, I think, Bronze Age on to the discovery of America. And then we actually created a brand called Heritera, which includes a lot of locals who actually, one ecological farm is now selling on the menu. And you have different craftsmen who are also a part of it, but they have to be, they have to do something that is a part of the heritage from that period. So we are reviving it in that way.
So I think that's a good pointer to you, local people.
Yeah, I think that's a good way.
Go pick high brain. But the last thing I was going to talk about, one thing is producing food, but also the people attending. We can give them tips and pointers on what they can do. Like I use milk a lot because it has been central in Scandinavian food culture. We only have about 3 months to produce the milk that we need, so it has to be preserved. And generally, you preserve it by making butter. The butter should be very acidic because then it keeps longer. Ideally, you could make butter that lasts 20 years. Then you make, you culture the milk. You have bacteria. Then you use the milk when there are no more butter in it, use it to make cheese, and then you use the whey. But it's very easy to do it. So if you have milk that you can't use up, just add something acidic and make cheese. Or maybe just add some cultured milk and make more cultured milk. It will last much longer. If your fridge breaks down, you can save all your milk. And also generally these things are much cheaper than buying the already cultured ones. I have been buying like heritage cultured milk, but you have to go to special places to get it, and they're expensive. I went to museum, fantastic. But I just buy ordinary milk and add some of that, and I can make it at home. So that's another thing. And this also ties in with the volunteering. You can use food and learn people about food. You can try and recreate all things that people can use today. And you can use it as a way of integrating not just the audience but also volunteers, so they feel that when they have been participating at your events, they are walking there from there with something that they can use in their lives, and not just make museum copies, but something that's actually viable to them as well. And I think that was about it. Oh yeah, the last thing, which is the point. The title is Food History and its Connection to Present Times, and I think it should rather be how can we connect historical food to the present so that we can benefit from it in the future. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much.
My very, very prized little cooling bag with sharks. The only thing that would have been better with dinosaurs. And you can all sample this stuff if you want. It's not going to kill you. Ole Magne still lives.
All right, so thank you very much. That looked very, very tasty, and no fear for our volunteers. And with Hands on History, we have a very solid 87% survival rate, and if we stay within those metrics, we should be just fine. Now, we are going to go to the last talk of today, where we have arrived rather quickly, I should say. It's been a lot of very interesting subjects, and we're going to finish with one that has been touched upon already, but we're going to make a deep dive. And for that, I would like to call forward to the stage Mervi and Riku, author and craft specialists, and they're going to be talking about returning people to their history. Thank you very much. The stage is yours.
Let me just present with my item. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Yes. So
Hi.
welcome everybody for this finishing lecture from Finnish people. My subject is very easy and light, how to return people to their own history. This is something that I have been doing many years now. I sort of by accident became an expert in Finnish Iron Age. Just in case you don't know when Finnish Iron Age actually was, you can think about Viking Age. And then now we get to my favorite subject and worst enemy. They are called Vikings. And especially Hollywood Vikings. Everybody always talk about Finnish Vikings, and then there was always me and say, by the way, Finnish people were never Vikings. We have our own brilliant, fantastic, unique, colorful, fantastic, did I say twice? Yes. Just brilliant culture. Why do you want to be some crappy Viking instead of being a super mega authentic ancient Finnish person? And here comes my returning people to their own roots. My first Finnish Iron Age clothing were made out of, the first one was made out of linen, luckily undyed linen, which I bought from IKEA. It was Eura underdress dress. And then I made an apron which was made of green dyed linen from the same shop. So I was dressed in IKEA linen. About 19 years later, I am a person who can produce a Finnish Iron Age clothing, the full clothing, from the sheep to finished garment. Well, not the bronze part. I don't create bronze, but I create textiles. I have written books about the textile craft that is needed to create Finnish Iron Age clothing. And while I was making books, I suddenly noticed that I own about 10 different outfits. In Finland there is 7 official dresses, but I have made more than those. And as I said that my worst enemies are Vikings, is because they seem to be somehow attractive to many people. Many people who are not interested in their own roots, really, but they are attracted to dead animal on their shoulder, huge, wide leather belts with many buckles, and the makeup. We had yesterday a talk about makeup. I was supposed to make up Riku to look like a proper Viking with the black eye, but I forgot to take the black eyeliner with me. So we have to look at this ancient Finnish guy here. As a sort of Finnish Iron Age missioner, well, that was a big said. Well, I think that I'm a missioner or ambassador of our own culture. I often not only meet, but I stumble to really, really ignorant people who are not interested in their own history, and they really don't want to know about it. And it takes a lot of effort, a lot of talking, sometimes little bit forcing sometimes, to make them
make them understand that for their own health, it's better to have a Finnish Iron Age dress than a bad Viking dress. And this, it's also laziness, because finding information about what we really had 1,000 years ago, it's not easy always. There are sources. I have about 80 books or written articles about our own culture, but it's scattered here and there. That is the main reason why me and Jenny Sahramaa, we wrote a book about Finnish Iron Age dresses. And it's really hard to make people understand that we have plenty of actual finds. We don't have to guess. Well, we have to guess a lot, but we have lots of real evidence. And sometimes I don't have any more energy. I'm an old woman. My friendly days are over. So when people say, "Can I said no. That's it. What bothers me is the way of people idolize these Hollywood Vikings. I understand that people love the Viking culture as source-based Vikings, but because it's also very delicate and beautiful, and there is so much craft details that you can recreate. But what I don't understand is the people going to, but probably will have fun, lots of fun going to Hämeen in a medieval festival that actually has nothing to do with medieval, but they have pagans and lots of Hollywood-type Vikings. They are enjoying themselves, and then they look at me, who is like source-based history, and they say she probably is a very boring person and never have fun, and that is sort of true. I've never enjoyed my life. Then I'm often invited to talk about Finnish Iron Age things, and my best audience are women over 40 years. Why? Because they have time and they have money. They have time and skills. They have knitted enough. Now they want to do something else. Now they are interested in needle binding. Now they are interested in other crafts. Many of them has woven their own rugs. So it's a easy way or short trip from rugs to weaving their own aprons or peplos dresses. And they have time to do that. Their own children are already gone, and they have some money on the bank account, because recreating a good Finnish Iron Age dress, of course it takes money. Good yarn is hard to get, etc., etc. And also, they are interested in their own history. I think they probably have seen many bad movies, and then they are ready to take something new. But one thing that I was talking about people's ignorance, and they not only the laziness of getting new information, but also some old ideas, and there has been magic tricks. I have a tablet woman band here. So this is one of the magic tricks in Finnish Iron Age clothing. This is a plant dyed and of course hand woven. I have woven this piece as a part of my presentation. It was a joke. I always want to tell people that you wear thin braids. Many people want to have a big posh belts, but they should be small. This is one of the things that I always do. But when I sit on the market and weave these, everybody, if there is 100 people, they are normally people, women over 50, no, over 40, and they say, "Oh yes, she's making a band with Richard Heddle," and I'm always, no, this is tablet weaving. If I see 100 person, 99 of them says, "Oh, Richard Heddle, I know this," and then I say, "No, you don't. This is tablet weaving." And then they said, "What's the difference?" Then I said, "Yeah, crochet and knitting. Are they the same thing?" "No, of course not." neither are these. So I have to educate. And slowly I noticed that now only 97 of my 100 viewers say that this is Bridget Heddle. So already 3 know that, tablet weaving. And then they remember that I have seen my grandmother doing this or something like that. When we are trying to lure people back to their own history, it's always good to, many of you have said today that it's good to have some kind of a connection to people's everyday life. So this is why I have Riku here. He is, if you put Riku, you dress him in a medieval clothing or on Iron Age clothing, but in medieval clothing, and you give him a pole lathe. No matter what else happens on the market, there is a tournament, there is a fight, there are Vikings, but Riku is there doing this, and there is about 120 old guys around him. Like, yeah, I used to do this with the machine. It is something that they recognize. They know that, okay, he is making a bowl, and he is using his own muscle work, and then suddenly they are talking about the blade angles and the best wood and blah blah blah, and suddenly people are lured back to the history, and they said, yes, I remember when I was a child in my grandmother's house there was lots of these big wooden bowls, and then Riku can tell that how can you tell if the bowl was made with the pole lathe or with the machine or something like that. So something that they can understand, so then they can go back to their own history. I mentioned the Hallelujah, Midgardsblod, and the horns, and the black eyes. I see they are in my night dreams, and I cry when I see them. It's like I'm trying to tell people that Finnish Iron Age is a really awesome thing, and then I see a young woman going. She has horns. She has covered eyes. She's drumming. She actually doesn't know how to drum, but she is drumming because she thinks that it looks really cool. And then I'm like, okay. If you are a Christian and you pray and you love God, the Satan is not interested in you. But if you doubt, is there really God, Satan is really interested in you and say, yeah, how about coming to me? Or as a Satan in the dining place, it says, give me your meat. So I'm also interested in people who I can see there is a hope. Okay, there is a woman, she is wearing a Viking dress, but she has put a Finnish apron on top of the Scandinavian apron dress. So I start taking them. Come to me, have a papercloth dress. Have you seen how awesome tablet weaving we do? And then this is another magic dress. Riku was actually only a carrier to my real item. Instead of having big leather belts with triple buckles, I showed them items from our own history. This is a tablet woven band from Masku Homikkala, grade 31. This is so far, I have to be really careful now. So far, this is the most beautiful and most complex tablet woven band from Finland ever published. Hint, hint. It took my friend Maike Karisto about 20 years to solve the secrets of this band. So I want to get, as I said once, I want to teach everybody in the world to make needle binding. So my next mission is to teach all the Finnish people to love Finnish Iron Age and their history. And now very shortly about Romanians. How can we get Romanians to their own culture? It's a really difficult topic because I'm talking about countries and cultures that have plenty of time, plenty of money, even some people don't have that much. But as we
came here, we saw wealthy houses, but we also saw not so wealthy houses. I don't know about economic situation on the area, but we should find a way, we should find at least 1 or 2 local people to become as mad and about their own history as I am about Finnish Iron Age. Because by showing an example, not forcing and not telling that your dress is awful, but showing a good example and then letting them ask questions. What are you wearing? Why do you have this? Why do you have that? We can slowly lure them being interested in what was in their own history in the past. And probably we will have to take them 80 years or more back in time and find their own identity, their own heritage, and something that they can be really proud of. And one day, somebody in Rasnov will write a book about Rasnov enchantress. And then she will be on this stage talking about it. That's all I have to say about it. Oh yeah. Am I right?
Yes.
All right. Wow. That was a lot of talks. But that was a great set of talks and a fantastic diversity of topics and some real interesting things there being said. And we have a couple of days to explore them, for which I'm very excited. So it's been too much to go over like everything today. But from tomorrow on, we'll return back to some of the seeds that we're planting today to see what comes out of it. I had a couple of key takeaways while I was writing away some. Yeah, we do some questions also. That's actually good. I will also do some questions before I go to the key takeaways, as Rickard so politely informs me, because I have a lot of questions. And do you have a question maybe to start off?
I can start with a question.
Very good.
I had a question for you, Anne. Yes. There we are. And it's like a huge topic, and maybe also something to bring with us for the conversations and workshops tomorrow. But you're talking about all these different locations, and the question is, or if you have any ideas about how to connect them all and to get some synergy effects, because this is not the isolated place, of course, the fortress, but there is other things in the area that we can bind together. So if you were like on the top of your head, like have like one nice takeaway on that subject, and we can elaborate tomorrow perhaps. Yeah, if you have. There was a question there somewhere.
Well, it's like we have done in the very beginning of the collaboration of Visit Innherred. We started out with a project where companies came together, very different companies came together, and they talked about what their products were, and then they made packages. So they could market themselves through their neighbor. So, and these packages we also marketed on our destination page. Not everybody was a very great success, but it inspired people to start getting more curious about the region. So that was a really good start for us. So that's something we can copy.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for any of the participants?
Yes, I have a question for Vicky.
Yes.
Yes, and it's in connection with what Anna was talking about, and because you were talking about segmentation, about all these personas, you come up with a set of imaginary people with qualities, and each of us can be different ones. Like a lot of museums say that, oh, our audience are families. That's really broad. And our audience is for everyone. It's like trying to shoot an elk with a shotgun at 200 meters. You won't hit much. you're spread out too far. So segmentation is a very good tool. I've worked with it myself. But I know the set you have. It's silent seekers, it's friendship lovers, it's adventurers, it's cultural nerds, it's food nerds and such. It's down to very specific things. But what I didn't see there is metal people. But I can see what they're clearly doing at the Midgardsblot Festival in connection with the museum. That is segmentation at its finest. So I'm just wondering, how did you come up with the idea? Where did it come from? Was it a process, or what is more and more?
It was a very conscious thing from the very beginning, because we could see that the different people didn't speak. The reenactors and academics are very skeptical of each other. The metal musicians and the Viking historic music people didn't necessarily enjoy each other's music. But everybody had this in common, this interest and curiosity for history. So that's why we always used a lot of time on programming the area, and also to take care of, because of course there's a lot of talk about Hollywood Vikings, but and they are there, and there's a lot of makeup and there's a lot of that going on as well. But I think it's also a bigger discussion. It's about segmentation, and it's about who is doing what. It's about a festival has different limits than a museum have, and in this we are cooperating. So we are offering, okay, so here's the stage, here's the metal music, and metal music has been using Old Norse mythology and Viking history, and not only Viking history, but all sorts of history. We see this all over the world, and we see that wherever the internet comes, in like economies that are not so lucky as Norway, for instance, metal music explodes, and they start using folklore in the music. So Singapore, one of the greatest metal nations in the world right now, we believe it's Norway, but it's Singapore. And we had a Chinese black metal band using Chinese folklore and visuals doing a gig inside Gildehallen. So we are encouraging cultural exchange across borders. So we have the music scene there, we have the food court with real food and what Kari and Bologna is into. We have the Viking area where the reenactors can live and sell their goods. And then we have a more popular area for all sorts of stuff. Yeah. But we separate it, so you can walk between, and then you have like clear signals of what is this area trying to do? What is this? We have a Norse tattoo con. We have so everything, and what we see is that we attract different types of people. So, and we want to challenge your musical taste, we want to challenge what you think you know about history, and also what my main thing of being at the festival has been to curate a 4-day academic festival where we present the crafts, we present the newest research, we represent how people are using history in a popular wrapping. And when you do, when you play with open cards, you can allow much more. And you get really interesting discussions, and people can learn.
Yes.
Like then they can come to you because they get interested. They can do, please teach me.
Yes, and
this happens.
In Finland, I know people that when there was Corona and they couldn't go to Midgardsblot, they arranged the Midgardsblot in their garden with all the signs and all shit.
Everything.
It was
in one garden.
In one garden, and then.
And we were crying.
Yes, so we had it even though. And then yesterday I received, so mind you, Finnish Iron Age is coming to Midgardsblot because yesterday I was invited to show my catalog. If my calendar is free, I am happy to be there. And as an advertisement, Saturday at the castle, I will be wearing my most precious dress, and I will have my book. So you can all come and get it. Yeah? It starts with a finger.
If we then quickly also add into that, we talked about this at the conference years ago. Be aware of what you're doing. What is your event, or what is your site, your venue? What are your reenactors doing? What is the goal there? If you have people coming to Midgårdsblad expecting like full-on, authentic Norwegian history, there will be an area. But if they're wondering to do different areas, Norwegian history, I never knew they had metal music back then. So it's you have to be very clear in your communication about what you're doing. Next week I'm at the reenactment event, and it's late 15th century Feldlager in Germany, and there's no visitors. It's just reenactors, because that's what we want there. We want to have a medieval experience, and it's mostly battle-based. So also, if you come there to cook, you can, but that's not the focus of the event. So I think having that very clear image of we're going to do this, that really helps make it a success as well, and have people come back.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Any final questions? One more before we move on.
I would be really interested to see how the Romanians looked in the past. Yeah, it would, because at the moment, I have to be honest, I have no idea. But it would be really interesting to see what was there.
Yeah, very good.
When I started doing research for coming here, I was looking into, of course, the metal scene around here, because there's a lot of big metal festivals in Romania. And what Midgårdsblad is doing is taking local history and using it in the festival. So, and on the parking lot here is a huge metal festival called the Rockstadt, with 10,000 visitors every year on the parking lot up there at the castle. So when I was looking into their merchandise, I showed you a little bit. That is very standard, bland, heavy metal merchandise that says nothing. But if they could actually use local folklore that would fit very well in with metal and with Rasnov Castle, they could actually brand the area to their audience, and then maybe it could be used elsewhere as well.
That's very nice.
Black markets coming all year round because they don't have this place.
So from there on out, we're gonna move on because we have still an evening program to attend to. But again, fantastic talks, lots of inspiration, and luckily we have some time to think about it and talk about it and discuss. I had some fun key takeaways. I really loved the only exclusive castle. I think that's a very nice angle to take on it. Crafting memories for the second batch of talks really stuck with me. A way to create memories through materiality and by doing. Improvisation, invitation, and authenticity. Well, if that doesn't sum up that third batch, then I don't know what does. Fantastic. And welcome home, either via food at a festival or to your roots. I think we got it covered. Tomorrow we have a very exciting program where we're going to get our hands dirty, quite literally, keeping with that theme, ladies and gentlemen. And then we do some workshops where we'll just explore these concepts in depth. And here is Rickard with some practicalities.
Okay, it's been a long day of mainly listening, talking a bit, thinking a lot, many impressions. But I think what we really need now is to move a bit and get some fresh air, right? So what's happening now is that you will all go back to your hostels if you want to, or the hotel, to grab your hiking boots. But you have to, after that, go back to Schups, where we had the lunch and the dinner yesterday. And we leave from there 5:45. That's when we start walking. So it's quite, we are changing the schedule a tiny bit, so you have to be a little bit quick. While we're waiting for everyone to gather there's a little bit of a snack, you can have a glass of water or something, and then we have dinner when we return. So just get whatever you want, and we meet there as soon as possible and leave 5:45. Then we start walking, 5:45.
Thank you very much, everyone. All right, very good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you all doing? How was your night's rest, your beauty sleep? Everything in order? Very, very good. I hope you had nice dreams and that you're ready for yet another spectacular day full of history and getting your hands dirty and talks and ideas. I'm very happy to see that you've all made it to the morning and that we're all still in one piece. Good job. So, We have quite a special program for you today, a little bit different than yesterday. Yesterday was all about projecting our ideas outwards and getting familiar with how we think and how we operate and how we work. And today we want to try to put that a little bit into practice and to delve a little bit deeper. But we have a special opening talk this morning. So it is, before anything else, before we start talking more, my absolute pleasure to introduce to you Dirk Reuder, and I hope I say that name correctly. He is the co-founder and managing director of Forta Cultura, and he will be showing us a little bit about what they're doing and how they're doing that to set us off on the right track. So without further ado, let's get started.
Yeah, thank you, Nick.
You're welcome.
I changed everything, my whole presentation last night. In fact, of the nice impressions you gave me during the whole day yesterday. And I have no item because my luggage is still on the way. So I'm going to be a bird Viking volunteer of the Rasnov fortress. And yeah, I will show you an image film we produced in 2014 during our pilot tour, which marks the beginning of Forta Cultura. But we will show it without sound. I think the pictures speak for themselves. In parallel, I will try you to tell a little bit about our work and about my impressions and thoughts from yesterday, as I said. So Forta Cultura is the European cultural route of fortified monuments. European cultural routes enhance cultural tourism. They invite people to learn about special themes of European history and heritage through cultural journeys and by discovering places and people, stories and people. Yesterday we heard about some of these special themes represented, for example, by the Viking routes, European Viking routes, or the St. Olaf's Way. Forta Cultura is the route for the fortifications. Today we have 55 stations in 11 countries. These are fortified monuments from different eras. An example, fortresses such Rasnov here, fortification systems such Šibenik we saw yesterday, fortified cities such Dubrovnik, fortified island cities such Alba Iulia, Theresienstadt in Czech Republic and others, fortified castles, fortified churches, and even bunkers from the Second World War and the Cold War. This is an exciting mix of historical monuments, and they all have at least one feature in common. They were built to protect people, their goods, often their religion, regions, and entire landscapes from deadly weapons. The stronger the weapons and munitions became, the stronger the fortresses and defensive buildings had to be. And although today no building can survive an attack with modern weapons, we have an enormous cultural heritage of historic fortified buildings all over Europe, as you can see on the various maps in the film. As the European cultural route, Forta Cultura helps to preserve the important cultural heritage of fortresses and make it accessible to everyone. The fortresses of many eras, once built as military defenses, are now almost sites of peace and culture for all people. They all tell the story of Europe and remind us to the devastating consequences of countless wars. We tell the story of the fortified monuments, their owners, their architects, their inhabitants, their siegers, their conquerors, their defenders, their local traditions, their culture, their uniqueness. It is the story of kingdoms and dynasties. It is the story of heroes, of victims and perpetrators. It is the story of wars and conflicts. It is the history of Europe, with all its brightness and all its darkness. The slogan of our European Fortress Summer activity, what connects huge events in European fortresses during the whole summer, is what once separated people, bring them now together. For a lively cultural heritage, fortified monuments, and a solidary, democratic and peaceful Europe, we are in. That means we are also telling the story of the transformation of former military objects into places of modern life. Fortresses are breathtaking backdrops for an incredible, diverse experience world. Reenactments, events, concerts, festivals, museums, recreation, well-being, nature, sport, games, education, exchange, commemoration, and much more regarding all target groups. Fortresses bring people together, and in the way how fortresses share their own history, they change minds, change perspectives, create a ground for mutual understanding, respect for other cultures, and ultimately for dialogue. So fortresses are also places for new history and new stories, light and dark. Light, as we saw yesterday in the presentation of Georgia from Šibenik, which is in many ways a European best practice. Dark, in terms of the current situation in Ukraine, where fortresses are again places to protect people and goods from the effects of war. In this context, every fortress tour should mention the conflicts and wars from the time of its creation until today. Then, every fortress tour can be a contribution to peace. This is the responsibility and the claim of Forte Cultura, to show the past and historical events as they happened, in an authentic way, at authentic places, and to give visitors the opportunity to learn from it, for example by giving different perspectives and on what happened, or by hiding education in games, tradition, rock and metal concerts and so on. But Forte Cultura is not only a nice philosophy. We are a brand, a trademark of fortress tourism, and we have 4 pillars. The cultural heritage, of course, what means the fortresses with its unique military architecture, history and so on. The exciting experience world in fortifications. The travel world, which connects the fortified sites, and the network for exchange of experiences and expertise with a scientific committee and much more. As a brand for fortress tourism, we market our member fortresses on a European level as Forte Cultura family. To this end, we have developed a wide range of marketing tools, methods, and activities for the specific needs of the forts, whatever their condition. The quality level is the shared story, told by authentic people in authentic places. To be sustainably successful, one should be honest and authentic. And as a professional marketer, I need to know my product. And this brings us to Rasnov and the special situation here that we saw yesterday. From my point of view, you have the fortress with the Hollywood letters, widely visible. Tourism infrastructure in the city and around. The funicular, the outstanding view, the beautiful nature around. A unique history, money for reconstruction, which is a big point. A lot of ideas for the utilization of the fortresses, a lot of fortress friends, a lot of private entrepreneurs and stakeholders who are dealing the topping by themselves, not to forget the volunteers. Hundreds of thousands of visitors who are actually going to visit the Dino Park, but there are a few steps from here. What you don't have yet is, or what I couldn't see so far, an open fortress, a clear and sustainable utilization strategy, political support on local, regional or national level, a cooperation between the different public and private stakeholders of the Rasnov fortress business, and a few more issues. But that shouldn't matter. The recommendation I can give you is focus on what you have and be authentic with it. Put your hands and ears on the unique history of Rasnov fortress and feel and listen to what it can tell you. As I found out, the fortress was built by the people, for the people. This is very rare in the fortress landscape in Europe. Usually such expensive buildings come from kings and counts and dynasties, or states with their military, not from the people itself. And the people who built Rasnov fortress lived here, in the fortress, for a long time. This opens up the opportunity for you to show their life and traditions from that time, including crafts, food and culture and all the wonderful and authentic things you presented all yesterday. Then you try to protect the fortress, the city and the region, and finally Europe from the attacks of the Ottoman Empire. This is an important point in European history, we have to point out. Perhaps there are other interesting facts from the local history of the fortress that you would like to tell your visitors. I'm going, okay, so I'm in time. Then the phase of reconstruction. Do this in a sustainable way. Focus on a basic infrastructure and buildings as a first step. Continue with the second step, based maybe on utilization strategy. Include research and pilot projects related to climate change, for example. Think about the reuse of natural resources, energy concepts, water management, zero waste, e-mobility, and so on and so on. Also to tell the story in the future, how it was to become a best practice for the sustainable reconstruction of monuments in Romania. And create local and regional fortress clusters. Together you are stronger. Look at the experiences of other successful Forte Cultura clusters in Europe. For example, along the Elbe River in Germany and Czech Republic, there are 15 fortresses along this line working together as marketing and historical cluster. Or in the Upper Rhine region, on the French-German border, we have 30 monuments and museums work together in cross-border cooperation since 4 years, very successful. It's a European best practice. Use the international awareness you have created with your projects like this and the joining of Forte Cultura for your communication with politicians. And most importantly, give yourself a strategy and a philosophy and how you want to present a fortress in the future. That's it. Thank you very much for the invitation, for the exchange with all of you yesterday, for your attention today. I wish all of us good results of the workshops and of course a memorable festival at the weekend. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dirk. That's a very good way to set us off. I'll be switching the laptops. You all have been gotten a Post-it, I think, and a pen. And if you haven't, bring out something on which you can make some notes, because it's time to start. Get our hands a little bit dirty. Give me a moment as I switch the laptops.
Tunnels connecting the decade of architecture to the fortress.
All right, all ready? Perfect, let's get started. So I am very excited to open this day, and like yesterday was fantastic. We had a lot to listen to and a lot to process and a lot to think about, and to really start using that is really what it's all about for me. And that's why before anything and before I heard whatever you had to say, I made a small workshop that we were going to do all together, as we are doing now, before we go into separate groups later. And this workshop was supposed to give an introduction to some core ideas that we wanted to imbue in the workshops later on. And then something tragedy happened. It turns out that you are all great thinkers, and that many of those ideas are very well familiar with you. And that I decided to make this workshop as a sort of recap of all the ideas that we've gone through yesterday, but with a personal twist, to bring it a little bit closer and to see what we mean by making the past and making history. So sit back, relax. Some of these things are going to sound familiar, other things are going to be wildly new, surprising, and full of fireworks. And I'm very happy to get started. So let me get started with a question, and the question goes for all of you, and this is where you go get your Post-it notes and you hold them ready. Namely, I have a question for you. Why are you here? What are you doing here? Really? For many of you, it was the option of a palm beach with a coconut in your hand, or a far-flung place with supposedly an impressive collection of rocks stacked on top of each other. And you have chosen to come here. So before we go on with this here presentation, I would like you to write down one thing on this post-it note that encompasses why you have come to this place. One element, one thing. Could be anything. Could be a book, a dish, an idea, a story, a memory, whatever it is. If you will allow me, I will tell you why I am here. And to do that, I have to tell you a small story. Once upon a time, the year is 1994. It's the Netherlands. A small boy is born. And he is born wanting to be a Roman. He's born to be a Viking. It was all in the stars, all along. It was meant to be. When I came to this world, I knew I was gonna be something historical. It didn't matter what. I had Romans in mind at the beginning, but it became Vikings in the end. And it was a very, very, very gradual, slow build-up to the Viking life. And then when I finally got my first tunic and I was standing handsome there in the corner, perfectly hand-sewn seams, at the very first try, of course, I was a Viking. 14 years of age. And then I did what any reasonable 17-year-old does. I went to Norway at my 17th after high school because I thought I need to be a Viking, and the only place you can be a Viking is Norway because that's where Vikings live. And if I want to be a Viking, I have to go there. So I go to Norway to work at the farm. It's very cold, it turns out, and farm work's very hard. It involves a lot of shoveling of droppings and all these kind of things, and not a lot of Viking stuff, actually, as it turns out. But I didn't give up. I didn't have a very good relationship with the farmer, I grant you, but every evening I was calling all the Viking museums in Norway saying, my name is Nick and I would like to be a Viking for you. And most of the museums hung up on me or referred me to a specialist, but there was one museum that I called and they took the phone and I asked them, can I please be a Viking? And they spoke to me the most beautiful Norwegian words that I will ever hear. Ja. Selvfølgelig. Selvfølgelig. You can be a Viking. I ended up in the Lofoter Viking Museum where I've spent 6 years working as a Viking, living my Viking dream. I have lived in the past and I have fallen in love in the past, meeting my Spanish Viking wife in my Norwegian Viking home. And I was running around telling stories, wearing bear suits, having a time of my life. It's the most comfortable attire you can ever wear. And then there was more because I grew out of Lofoter at some point and I started to venture more into Norway. I went to a place called Gudvangen. Some of you might know this place. An interesting location, shall we say. And it was a learning experience indeed. I was living in my own sea container for a year. It was marvelous. It had everything but no heating. But then I met some people that I knew had bare feet and were walking through the mountains. And I just had to do it. I joined the hiking Vikings. Oh, and here I still am. Thank you. But it wasn't enough. I wanted Vikings to touch them, but I wanted to see them on the screen. Digital Vikings, so why not? Digital Viking Museum in Oslo. I was living Vikings inside and out. I woke up Vikings, go to bed Vikings, the Viking life for me. But were Vikings really all there was to life? Or was there something more beyond the Vikings? And that is when I got a letter. A secretive letter. From a small company called Hurtigruten. And they told me, would you like to go to Antarctica? And I thought to myself, there's no Vikings in Antarctica. Might as well go give it a try. And I started to travel the world and I started to go many, many, many different places. And you can imagine that this for me was the moment supreme. I had been living like a Viking in Norway for a very long time and now I finally got on my ship and I got to see the world, explore beyond those horizons, just like the Vikings did. So in the end, this is my presentation. The name is Viking, Mr. Viking for you. Thank you very much. Welcome to my TED Talk. That is exactly how it went, of course. 100% the truth. Completely unadjusted, straightforward, how I've lived my life. Or is it? It isn't really. This brings me back to something that Stefan said yesterday. This is my history. As a matter of fact, it is the history I tell the people that come with us on the expedition ships. I am Mr. Viking on the boat. It is a selection of moments from my life that I have put together to create a narrative based on something that happened very long ago. It is therefore part of my identity. Even the fact that I make jokes about it makes it part of who I am. Isn't that crazy? But imagine asking other people about this. So I asked my professor at the university who was trying to teach me computer programs. He would say, well, you know, don't look at other people's computers. There is my mom who would have an opinion on this, and my childhood friends who are still thinking I'm an idiot. There's a lot of different histories involving my own history. But think of it this way. Imagine that I go on a vacation and I have the option of visiting 3 places. I can go to a nice concert of a local band. I can go to a theme park that is based on something local as well. But there's also a restaurant which is called the Viking Restaurant. Which of these 3 am I most likely to pick? Any guesses?
Dinosaur Park.
No. Obviously, it's the Finnish tablet weaving course just around the corner.
Yay!
But the point is that I would have maybe chosen the Viking Restaurant. It's something I know, it's something I understand. It's part of my story already, so why not go there? And my mom, again, here is a very good example. She likes to go to Viking museums, not because she gives any, let's say, flying something about Vikings, but she knows that her son, who doesn't live at home, likes Vikings, hence she goes to the Viking Museum. Because it is a memory that triggers an interaction with the past. That is the point. And we are fantastic examples of that, especially reenactors, because we are very in your face. I'm sorry, Rickard, I will literally put this picture in every presentation ever. But we are a very, very hardcore version of this interaction with the past. We dress like the past, we talk about the past, and we are a very, very tangible embodiment of this way of interacting with long ago. But if you think about it, that is a crazy concept. There's a bunch of people that went on a boat, started burning monasteries around Europe, and this is why I'm standing in a tweed suit with a fjallraven pants telling you about my Viking life. And in a way, that is connected. It is an infinitely complex set of connections, but it is connected nonetheless. And that is why we're still so attached to the past. It is a crucial thing. And I call this, and this is my very trademark, definitely you can't copy this set of definitions, I call it the lasagna of heritage. Wow, I know. That we are like lasagnas. We are multi-layered people, and some of the layers we carry with us in who we are and how we do, but in a way, this lasagna reaches down very, very, very far into the past, and understanding all these different layers of lasagna can retroactively reconstruct the dish. I can stretch this metaphor further than you have any idea. So it is history as a source of identity, but also very much of choice. The way that you interact with the past influences the choices that you make. And that is what we are going to explore a little bit further, and you're going to help me do that. And first I want to ask, what is history? Again, Stefan mentioned this yesterday. There's a difference between history and the past, right? It's not the same. If you go to any sort of dictionary, they'll say something like historia is a narrative of past events. And the most important element of that is, of course, the word narrative. It is a collection, a construction, a story, if you will. And it's a splendid combination of many things. More traditional people might say that it's just the texts, but there's also archaeology, spoken stories, art, and ideas. And all these things together make history a real thing that we can engage with. And it's filled with all of that together. And it is always subjective. There is not really any way that the past has played out that any of us can see that is 100% the way that it was. It will always be a vision of an individual. Would you like to put that to the test? Of course you would. It seems like you can hardly wait. There. We're going to make a very, very short history. So I'm going to divide some people up. I want a couple of people in the back to come together, a couple of people here in the front. So from Kari, Polona, and Anna, you can come forward so that you work together with this group. Here we take this whole bunch here in the corner. You from Vicky all the way to Stefan, you can get together and sort of have a small powwow, and then there in the back, Martin, all the way back to Harvard, you can also get together and do some discussing. What you are going to do is you're going to make me a small history. You are going to explain me the abandonment of the very famous Von Saar fortress. Oh, you see what I did there. Yeah, it's a higher Da Vinci Code stuff. So use the following historical events to explain to me why this fortress was abandoned. A siege lasting 782 days, a new trade network that was established, a famous artist from Norway wrote a ballad, a water well ran dry, and a law forbidding braids and perfume came into place. You can choose 4 of these historical events that you have found in the archive to explain to me why the famous Von Saar fortress was abandoned in the first place. As soon as you figure that out with your little group, just get together, then you choose one person, and in 1 minute they'll tell me how it all came to pass. All clear? You got 5 minutes to make it happen. I'll help you out. Come on. All right, you guys can get together here. All right, time is ticking. Think about it. Not too long, not too short, not too sweet. Three more minutes. 3 minutes. You have 1 more minute. it's time to elect someone to tell your story. Put your minds down, your pens inside, anything that works for you. All right, let's have it. So we have had a lot of chittering, a lot of chattering, a lot of historians deeply focused on their subject matter. I would like to hear a little bit about what you came up with and why the fortress of Vonsa was in fact abandoned. Group here in the front, give me a 30-second pitch of what happened. You've done extensive research, the funding is waiting. Go. Yes.
All right. So, because I'm a Romanian and a military historian, I start from the beginning by saying that it's all about politics and propaganda, and the fortress never actually existed. It all started from a famous artist from Norway, which nobody remembers his name, who wrote a ballad about a famous siege that lasted 782 days of a place that nobody remembers the name and they can't find the traces. And while he was walking around Eastern Europe, because a water well ran dry, he ate some mushrooms, which gave him some ideas. And well, he got to a place where the fifth thing was being built. Actually, it was built because of him. And then people started talking about the abandonment of the Vonsa fortress, although nobody actually ever found its traces and in any documents and stuff, but the legend still lives on and everybody learns the poems and the music in school from a small age because that's it. That's history.
It.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's the power of suggestion right there. Politics into psychedelic, suggestive, historical meta perspectives. I love it. Everyone giving out the fundings will be happy. Okay, group number 2, what was your take on the abandonment of the fortress?
Yeah, it's, we are Norwegians mostly here, so of course this also starts in Norway with the ballad.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, clearly.
It's a ballad about very interesting things happening in the Middle East, and it's a lot about perfume. So the demand for exotic perfume in Northern Europe rose rapidly after this ballad.
I read that.
Because they want to tap into this exotic life in the Middle East. And of course, here in this area, the trade went through this area, so it became a new trading route here. And the clever economical people in this area, they wanted to tap into this, so they started producing this perfume. But also, of course, if you have an economical boost, other people want a piece of it. So it was a siege of this city. So they had to build a castle, the Vonsa castle, and they took refuge in this castle. And in the castle, they of course had to try to also still make the perfume, but the perfume production was very hard on the well, so it ran dry.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also there was a very, they tried to smuggle out the perfume using all the braids.
Like a Rapunzel kind of thing.
Yeah.
I see.
That's why it became forbidden.
I see.
Because sanitary in the water was important, perfume production was hard on the water, and the braids were for smuggling perfume out of the city under the siege. Yeah, I think you used all them. Yeah.
Okay, very well done. That's very good. A nice mythopoetic, semi-commercial take on the past. I like it. Very well done. Next group, a quick pitch. Give me a 30-second version. Hoppa.
Well, okay. There was once a place called Vonsar. And it had a magical well. And from that magical well, the local population made the sweetest of perfumes. It was become very renowned, and they had to build a fortress around the well to protect it. And everything was okay until a Norwegian guy wrote a ballad about it. Telling the whole world that if you go to Vonsar and you wash your hair and you break it, you will have love everlasting. And that led to a huge amount of traveling to this place. establishing new trade routes on the way, and it became impossible for the local population because people are coming there, they were washing their hair excessively, and the magical well was run dry. And they tried to rescue the situation by forbidding brains and perfume, but it wouldn't work. So one day the magical well was run dry and the whole place was left alone. No one wanted to come here, and that's the end of the story of the forest.
Story of demise by your own success. That is a lesson all to be taken very seriously. I like it. We're getting a diverse set of stories here. I'm looking for one more story.
Maybe you don't know about this, but towards the end of the 10th century, Norway was the big exporter of perfumes and exciting haircuts. But then a Norwegian artist wrote a ballad making a lot of fun of Romanians. So all trade with Norway was banned. They weren't allowed to do any more export. They tried to break the, what's it called, embargo, and break out with their cargo and failed. This is confused with the Battle of Solde in 999. But in the end, no one was allowed to buy hair products or beads from Norway anyway. So the trade routes through Europe changed, and therefore the fortress that protected the trade route was abandoned.
All right, I have one very quick. Would you like to hear one more very quick one? All right, in time long past, the fortress stood as an impenetrable bastion. Its towering walls and sturdy gates testament to its invincibility. It all began with a siege that would test the endurance of both defenders and attackers, lasting an astonishing 782 days. Amidst this seemingly endless conflict, a discovery that would change the course of history occurred. A daring adventurer stumbled upon a new trading network, unlocking a world of riches and opportunities previously unknown. It would strengthen their resolve. In the siege, a famous artist from Norway, inspired by the tale of bravery and suffering with the fortress, penned down a haunting ballad that echoed through the land, immortalizing the struggles for generations to come. Yet fate had more twists in store. In a cruel turn of events, the fortress' once reliable water well ran dry, leaving the defenders parched and desperate. Oh no. To add to their woes, the rules of the besieging forces enact the law forbidding the wearing of braids and perfume within the fortress, a symbolic move to crush the spirits of those inside. In the end, it was a combination of these factors, the unrelenting siege, the discovery of new trade routes, and the absence of perfume, to which the defenders had to give in and leave forever.
That is the last one.
And one more.
One more? Well, I mean, this is all very nice, but it's all obviously false. Because what really happened was there was a siege lasting 782 days. And on the 781st day, the water well ran dry, unfortunately. So the besieged were, of course, desperate to escape the fortress. And the women in the fortress, there were women there as well, of course, they came up with a brilliant idea. They cut off their hair, braided it into braids, and the men hid it under their cloaks and hats and head coverings. They didn't have any water, but the fortress was originally built to protect the trade route with perfume, so they had masses of perfume. So all the men perfumed themselves, and the women, wailing and gnashing their teeth, pleaded with the besiegers to be let out. And all the women filed out of the fortress, hiding, of course, their men in their number. The besiegers then found, after a few more days, that they were besieging an empty fortress, and gave up. Afterwards, of course, a law came into being forbidding braids and perfume to be ever used again in greeting.
All right, so there you have it. We have 5 interesting histories. That is written. Let's say we have 6 even. So we have 5 of them written by humans, and mine was brought to you by ChatGPT. To illustrate that making history can come from a variety of sources. And isn't it interesting that we are here with a room full of historians and people that work with the past, yet we have only one group that bothered to take the time to explain when it actually happened? It didn't matter for the rest, it was just an arbitrary time and place. Are there no rules in which we engage history in the past? Are there no methods by which we structure it? There is, but essentially what I would like to show you is that history comes from different sources, and it's mostly that part that we like to focus on. We like to focus on the story in history. It is storytelling, it's exciting. You can see that in even 5 minutes you have 5-6 different stories reflecting completely different approaches, and they are all based in some form or shape in who is telling it. That is the crucial understanding of history. History is a craft. It is something you can make. It is something you can be good at, just like the way you can shape a knife or sew a shoe or make a dress. History is something that you make, and you make it into tools, and these tools can be used to do things, just like all the rest in our lives. And these tools can be dangerous in the wrong hands. We're not going to linger upon that, but these tools are just like any other tool, able to build a house and to destroy a house. But in the right hands, these tools are a strong power for the force of good, doing all these things that we've previously been discussing yesterday, from ownership to creating community to generating income, you name it. Why does this all matter? Why are we here sitting doing all these thought exercises, thinking about history and all this stuff? Because we want our lasagnas to engage with our history. Our lasagnas need to come to places, because we would like to show them things. We would like to have them be around in our environments, and we need to find a way to actively attract them there. That is our job. It is a way to find how we can get those people from their ordinary way of things into our world, as we've been speaking about. These magic circles of ours, if you will. And what do we do there? Why should they come there in the first place? To inspire. In a wide variety of ways. But that is something we have to be careful about, because we are the ones that select what kind of lessons we're imbuing on it. That makes us into a very powerful small group of people that has a full control over the narratives that we're putting at display, and people are engaging. That is a responsibility, because in a way, history is the most powerful brand in the world. If this picture makes you uncomfortable, good, because it should make you uncomfortable. We have something that every company in the world longs for, desperately, has peer groups to figure out. We have life itself as a way for people to connect to our products. But we don't like to think about it that way, because we feel a sense of responsibility. And that sense of responsibility is very, very valid in what we do. And to maintain that integrity is essential, to have discussions about it. But it doesn't mean that we should ignore sometimes the way our profession can be perceived. For most, history is a very personal thing. It's not an abstract selection of books and articles. For most, it is something that they can remember. Their grandmother, their grandfather, a button in their closet, a small Lego figure, you name it. Our job is to break a journey into pieces and then to reassemble it, right? That's what we're doing, because that is what our audience is doing. They're breaking their own life into different fragments, and then they're putting it together in a nice shape that makes sense. And the way they put that shape together is not based always on logic, reason, and objectivity. It is based on all of the above. Movie, finances, books, heartbreak, you name it. So they take the past, they filter it to their perspective. It's influenced by whatever lives in their minds, and it comes out at the other side. Now our job is to identify the story of our visitor before they come. That is so important, because if we understand their story, we can place it in that larger perspective or narrative, and we can then make it relevant for them. And this is coming to some of the core questions and issues that we've been discussing yesterday. How do we get there? And we've heard so many ways to do that, from craft to the tablet weaving, but also escape rooms and many, many other varieties of ways. And this is where I'm really like, this is it. We really believe in the fact that creating the past means changing the future. But not only in a way of making a narrative, it is about actively creating the way that we look at the past. We always say, when you know when you're going, or when you know when you're from, then you know where you're going. But is that really the case? Do you really know where you're from? Or do you think you know where you're from? And are those thoughts based on your active creation of the past? Who you were, who you are, and who you want to be. The future and your dreams are as much part of how you look at yesterday as what actually happened. That is what I would like to share with you today. That is why choices are at the essence of what we do. By creating the right narrative, people make certain choices. And that is a great responsibility, as I've already said. Because we're in charge of many narratives, we are deciding stories, we are wanting people to go to certain places. I love it, and sometimes I'm a little scared. Which leads me to your post-it note. We have a couple of minutes left to do a final thing. You have your post-it note in front of you. Now this is more of an internal exercise. We only have time to afterwards have like 3 people read it out loud. But I want you to make in your mind a quick timeline. Why are you here? Pick me 5 events from your past that you think are relevant for why you are here today, and put them in any order that you like. Doesn't matter what it is. You can start at your date of birth, but you can also start yesterday at the glass of palinka. It doesn't matter. Just put them in a row and you'll be fine. Just give it a try. And they can lead up to that word that you wrote down in the beginning. I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it. One more minute. And that's it. I hope you pen something down. I would like 2 or 3 people to just, if they want, they can stand up and read out what they have. And I'm going to have a timer here giving you 30 seconds to come to an epic conclusion of why you have ended up in Rasnov. Is there any volunteers that would like to share their version of why they've ended up here? Please.
Oh yeah, in 1996 I drove a forklift through the front of my boss's car. And this changed my career from working in the movie business to working with living history, which ended me up actually in a project with Henrik at Historiska Museet in Stockholm, which led me to Birka. And because I wasn't interested in Vikings at all, I didn't care. Medieval times was the interesting part of history. But I guess the involvement with Henrik and the Vikings got me in touch with Rickard, who brought me to Rasnov in 2015, 16?
16.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I'm here again.
All right. Thank you very much. From forklifts to Rasnov. I like it. That's a very good title for any book. Anyone else? Please. Give me your 30 seconds.
Okay, so I liked making clothes all my life. I moved to Rasnov 8 years ago then. I met Mihai in the fortress. I wanted to see Norway because Bogdan saw it, so why not me? And then I see what fortress can become.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Anyone else? A quick one? Go ahead.
Alright, so in 2009, Rasnov was my first reenactment festival. I had just begun this activity like for 2 weeks. 2015, I was here from the Viking Fest. I met these wonderful guys and kept in touch. Of course, there's the Rockstad Metal Festival every year for 5 days now, and I just love it. I also organized reenactment festivals in the fortress for at least 2 years. And yeah, of course, it's the area, it's the friends and the good vibes that this place gives you every time you come.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. From metal to medieval, from friends to Rasnov.
I organized ancient reenactment festivals.
Ancient?
Yeah,
My
ancient
sincere
Europe.
apologies, sir. I should have known by the way that it's meant. Okay, Martin. Last one.
Okay. As I told you yesterday, my father gave me a very good advice when I was a kid to never stop wondering. And at some point I was presented with the most powerful psychedelic in the world. And I said yes, and that changed my whole perspective. And I ended up at Vare, Weather Island in Lofoten, to try out this new perspective. And that led me to a birthday, to a 10-year-old girl where I met Mika. And then I was invited here to share my out-of-the-box or unfamiliar ideas.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I hear there's history involving these type of things all around these days. Just a small way to look at it for yourself. This is a personal thing. I know you've all got your own stories. We can talk about it all day long. But now I have to hurry up because Rickard is out of reach of his cards. But I have a feeling. So a couple of last things. How to utilize this, because we're going to do something about it today. We're going to make ideas. We're going to create projects going forward. We're going to brainstorm and use all that energy that we've built up yesterday, today. 3 common methods in which we often do that, just to give you a little bit of a waypoint. Is education is of course one of our most familiar tools where we are the knowledgeable ones and we project it outwards. But there's also public relations and commerce to consider when we're making our plans. How do we relate to the public in a commercial sense? What do we give them? What is our product? And so forth. And then there's the democratic approach. And if I can say so, we've heard some very good examples of how you can make a sphere of all of these yesterday, and let's hope we can achieve that today as well. Our aim is to find that Goldilocks zone in between those 3 and come up with some fantastic plans for Rasnov, because that is where we are. Look at that thing. You've been there yesterday. It's almost too much. It's burgeoning at the seams. There's so much to do there that you could talk about it endlessly, but yet we have to narrow it down to something practically, a place to start, even if it is a small place that can snowball into something greater on. So I would like to invite you to be creative and think outside of the box, as always, as is somewhat mandatory at the end of talks like this. You are very welcome to come up with whatever you like, and I am very much looking forward to make some history together. Thank you very much for your attention.